university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public four-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I am pleased to begin our meeting this morning by informing you that the search committee to identify the next president at California State University Stanislaus has completed its work. And the next president of Stanislaus State is Dr. Britt Rios Ellis. She currently serves as Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs and Provost at Oakland University in Rochester, Michigan. This marks a return to the CSU for Dr. Rios Ellis, and we are so proud and pleased to have her back. She is a principled, compassionate, and mission-driven leader, guided by a commitment to inclusive excellence and student success. We look forward to learning more about Dr. Rios Ellis shortly during the upcoming Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. And we sincerely thank Dr. Susan Borrego, who has adeptly led Stan State since August of last year, and will continue to do so until Dr. Rios Ellis begins her service on July 1st, 2024. On that note, let's continue with our final day of board business for the March 2024 meeting. Trustee Arambula, will you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Today, we'll begin with an informational item regarding the global impact of the CSU through the work of our International Education Program. The program, which recently celebrated its 60th anniversary, offers life-changing learning experiences through study abroad, international faculty and student research opportunities, and hosting international students on all of our 23 campuses. These international connections are preparing CSU students to live and work in an increasingly multicultural society. That presentation will be followed by an annual action item regarding the Academic Master Plan. This robust planning process helps ensure that the CSU continues to provide offerings that address the needs of today's students and that of tomorrow's future workforce. Next, we will conclude with the third and final presentation on the implementation of the Student Transfer Act Reform Act of 2021, also known as Assembly Bill 928. This item includes a resolution to approve proposed amendments to Title V, which will require a vote by members of the committee. With that, will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the January 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of these minutes? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are approved. There are 3 items on today's discussion agenda. Item number 2 is an information item on international education. This item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Dr. Jaishankar Raman, Executive Director of International Affairs. We also have joining us today as a guest speaker, Dr. James D. Simon, Associate Professor at Cal State LA, and an alumnus of the CSU International Programs. Dr. Perez, take it away.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Rambula. As a pioneer in the field, the California State University is celebrating more than 60 years of connecting with the world through our vibrant international education programs. They remain a unique and integral part of the CSU experience, helping all students become engaged global citizens. Thanks to our deep connections with peer institutions around the globe, the CSU hosts thousands of international students each year who enrich our campus environments with their diverse cultures and perspectives. Our study abroad programs offer students accessible, affordable, and often life-changing opportunities to serve and explore distant lands and to discover their own possibilities and passions. Our countless Cal State faculty are engaging in cutting-edge research, leading impactful service projects, connecting with international peers, and elevating the CSU's reputation as a world-class institution. What's more, the CSU's international scholars are thoroughly engaged in and are giving back to communities around the globe. Today, we are happy to share the data and personal stories that demonstrate the impact of international education. To share these details, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Jaishankar Raman, Executive Director of International Affairs, as well as an alumnus of this program, Dr. James Simon of Cal State LA. Dr. Raman.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I'm pleased to share with you today how the CSU is helping connect its students to the world and how, through the international education, it brings the world to the CSU. As the fifth largest economy in the world and the most diverse state in the nation, California is truly a global state that plays a significant role in the world economy. As the largest four-year public university in the country, the CSU plays an important role in the future of California. International education is widely recognized as a high-impact practice that builds self-confidence, improves cultural awareness, promotes career preparation and academic progression, and truly transforms students' lives. As someone who arrived in the United States 35 years ago to pursue a doctorate in economics, I firmly believe this to be true. My presentation today will focus on three facets of the CSU's international education programs: enrolling and educating international students at all CSU campuses, providing affordable, life-changing study abroad opportunities in which students spend anywhere from 2 weeks to a 1 year living and learning across the globe, and facilitating faculty research partnerships internationally. Each year, international students from across the globe call the CSU campuses their home. These students help enhance the vibrancy and diversity of our campuses, foster a multicultural learning environment, and promote a mutual appreciation of cultures that benefits all CSU faculty and staff. At Cal State Northridge, for example, faculty can invite international students to their classroom through the student panels for International Curriculum and Education, or SPICE. These students share information about their culture in relation to the topics selected by the course instructor. SPICE offers an invaluable opportunity to raise international awareness and expand cultural perspectives among our students. This is but one of many programs across the CSU helping create bridges between our students. In 2017, the CSU international student enrollment reached a high of 21,915, which at the time represented 4.5% of our CSU students. However, enrollment began to decrease with a sharp drop in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as shown on the screen. The uncertainty of the pandemic and the resulting restrictions to international travel and reduced services at the U.S. embassies impacted universities nationwide. In the past 3 years, we have seen a slow but encouraging climb in the numbers of international students coming to the CSU. Last year, the CSU enrolled 14,882 international students system-wide, which is approximately 3.2% of our total CSU student population. The Chancellor's Office is working closely with campus international education departments in their recruitment efforts, and we are seeing gains at individual campuses. We are also finding new and effective ways to collaborate with our strategic enrollment management team here in the Chancellor's Office. In addition to their social and intellectual contributions, international students play an important economic role. Last year, international students contributed nearly $760 million to the CSU campuses and the surrounding communities. International students who attend the CSU pay non-resident fees to cover the full cost of their education, in addition to the tuition and campus fees. The additional funding allows campuses to add services and additional course sections that benefit all students, ensuring that no California student is displaced. The second facet of the international education is study abroad opportunities facilitated by the CSU. Each year, thousands of CSU students embark on a life-changing experience through study abroad programs. In addition to the Chancellor's Office International Program, there are also campus bilateral exchanges, private provider-based study abroad opportunities, and campus faculty-led programs. CSU International Programs was the vision of the Board of Trustees, then known as the Board of Trustees of the California State Colleges. In 1962, the board approved a resolution establishing a program of overseas studies. In 1963, CSU International Program opened in 5 countries: Germany, Spain, France, Sweden, and Taiwan. 60 years later, CSU International Program offers study abroad opportunities in more than 60 university partners across 18 different countries and has to date more than 24,000 alumni. In 2023, approximately 500 students participated in CSU International Program's study abroad. Of that cohort, 34% of the students received Pell Grants, nearly 27% identified themselves as first-generation college students, and approximately 73% received some form of financial aid. Students pay campus tuition and receive CSU academic credit for these programs. Today, I'm happy to add that the IP team is here, over there. They're sitting in the gallery, that make this whole program happen for us. In 2022-23 academic year, a total of 6,300 students participated in all the study abroad programs across the system. CSU students were enrolled in programs in 76 different countries, with the 5 most popular destinations being Italy, Spain, Germany, France, and Mexico. However, our students are truly studying all over the world in locations as far-flung as New Caledonia, North Macedonia, Nepal, Rwanda, and Uruguay. Short-term programs are the most popular, enrolling approximately 66% of all students studying abroad. This is followed by 29% who participate in semester-long programs and another 4% who study abroad for a year. The short-term programs, typically led by CSU faculty, provide a valuable opportunity to our students who are unable to participate in long-term programs. The CSU is a nationwide leader in the total number of study abroad students among master's level colleges and universities, according to the Institute for International Education. In fact, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is currently number 1 in this category, with a total of 572 students studying abroad altogether. For the number of students in long-term study abroad programs at master's college level, 5 CSU campuses are in the top 10 nationwide in 2021-22. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo once again is ranked number 1, followed by Sonoma State, CSU Northridge, Cal Poly Pomona, and Sacramento State. We have the pleasure of joining us today an alumnus of the CSU International Program, Dr. James Simon. During his undergraduate years, Dr. Simon participated in 2 different IP study abroad programs. He's now an associate professor in the School of Social Work at Cal State LA and has served as a resident director of the Florence Study Abroad Program in 2022-23. Dr. Simon truly represents the full circle of participation in the CSU IP. Dr. Simon?
Good morning, everyone. As a former CSU IP student who studied abroad twice for a year, once in Germany and once in France, and who later returned as a resident director in Italy, I can say that study abroad transformed my life. I would be preaching to the choir if I told you about how study abroad is life-changing and we need to expand it for students. You know this already. What they don't tell you is that study abroad develops a hunger for knowledge that becomes insatiable. It ignites a spark that turns into a fire. Let me explain. Like many of our students, my initial reason for studying abroad was family. I wanted to know about my grandfather, who was a supportive person in my life. So when he passed away, that became the impetus for me to study abroad and just learn more about him, and I chose Germany. However, I was worried that I would not graduate on time, but I had a good mentor who reminded me, this will be the only time in your life where you'll be able to live and travel cheaply. Don't let it pass. With that sage advice from my mentor, my grandfather's memory in my heart, I left to Germany in 2001, and I had such a phenomenal experience. I returned in 2003, having studied in France. Although I have plenty of stories to share, I think the biggest impact it had was a transformation on my education. I left as a student who wanted a diploma just to get a good job, and returned as a global student who understood that education was more than a piece of paper. It was more than a timeline that needed to be completed quickly. A fire had been lit in me, and I remember the day it happened when I met another Italian student. We were at a social event in Germany, and she just went around greeting people. So she went to the German students and said, "Wie geht's? Was machst du?" Then she would go to the French students and say, "Bonjour, comment ça va? Qu'est-ce que vous faites?" Then, of course, she'd go to the Italian students, "Ciao, belli, come state? Che fate?" She speaks 2 other languages as well, but you already know how English and Spanish sound like, so I'll save you those 2 stories. But, I saw this scene and I thought, I want this superpower. So I studied languages hard. And after those 2 years abroad, I came back speaking 5 languages. And yes, I can still hold a conversation in all of them. It's not just introductions. I married that Italian student. We have 2 multilingual boys. And I returned to the US and got my master's degree and my PhD in social work. So a fire had been lit in me. Now, 2 decades later, I returned to Florence, Italy as a resident director. I had also taken students to Panama and Italy to learn about international social work during summer abroad programs. And again, I saw that same pattern. An educational spark ignited into a flame. Now, for the students, I have a lot of stories for Florence, but there's one student who stands out, and I want to talk about her, and I'll call her Julia. So Julia was a year-long student in our art program, and she was a phenomenal artist. You could see that in the work she did. It was perfect. She was that one student when we would go on the museum tours and the church visits. She would not only listen to the tour guide, but simultaneously replicate the artwork around here as if it were her own. I mean, she was extraordinary. One day she came to my office and had a perplexed look on her face and just said she wanted to talk. She disclosed that she was there because her family didn't accept her sexual orientation, and they were going to stop supporting her if she didn't do what they said, which included denying who she was. So at the Florence Center, we gave her a safe space. She was able to talk to us. She was able to talk to our resident, our faculty and our professors. And there, we also connected her to therapy. So by the end of her time there, she had developed this newfound strength that she was going to need as she had to determine what she needed to do in her life. She found her voice, and her fire had been lit. So collectively, these experiences taught me that we need to continue to offer the right program for students, regardless of the program length, as it can be different for everyone. Although there is one thing that they do share, which is common. Study abroad ignited a spark that turned into a fire that continues burning long after the program ends. Few educational experiences can achieve this so quickly. I hope that the Board of Trustees will continue to recognize the importance of study abroad and help expand this opportunity for other students as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. As you've heard from his remarks, when CSU students participate in study abroad programs, it can be a truly life-changing experience that opens up world-class opportunities for their future education and careers. These opportunities include prestigious scholarships and awards that not only make international education affordable, but also brings recognition to the CSU system. The Fulbright U.S. student program funds American citizens to study, conduct research, or teach English abroad. Since the program's inception, more than 300 CSU students have been selected for this honor, and over the last 20 years, 187 CSU students have been chosen as Fulbright scholars for teaching and research in 85 different countries. Another prestigious award sponsored by the U.S. State Department is the Benjamin A. Gilman International Scholarship Program. This highly competitive program enables students of limited financial means to study abroad. Since 2001, more than 1,500 CSU students have received the Gilman International Scholarship. San Francisco State leads the CSU in the number of Gilman scholars, and indeed, with 483 Gilman scholars to its credit, San Francisco State has the third largest number of Gilman scholarships recipients in the country. Rounding out the top 5 producers of Gilman Scholars in the CSU are San Diego State, Chico State, Cal State Fullerton, and CSU Monterey Bay. CSU faculty also engage in international research and activities. One of them is conducting joint virtual classes with faculty from international universities. This is commonly referred to as the Collaborative Online International Learning, or COIL. And during the pandemic, when international travel was not an option, COIL classes helped fill the study abroad gap. Faculty have been successful in securing Fulbright Scholar Awards, which allow them to conduct research and foster collaborations with international partners. To date, CSU faculty have received more than 1,800 Fulbright Awards and have conducted research in 134 different countries. I'm happy to share that this year, Cal Poly Pomona was recognized by the U.S. State Department as the top producer of Fulbright Scholars at the master's degree granting institutions, with 4 successful applications in 2023-24. Through the CSU IP Faculty Seminar, faculty can also participate in a 1-week seminar and present their research at an international location. This past summer, selected faculty from across the system visited Japan to discuss their research and seek collaborations with faculty from Waseda University and Tsukuba University, who are partners of IP. Previous CSU IP faculty seminars have taken place in locations such as Ghana, France, and Germany. As you can see, the CSU has much to be proud of, and as we move into our next 60 years, we must also recognize that there is more we can do to help prepare the next generation of CSU graduates to be globally competitive. We must make every effort to create affordable study abroad programs and ensure that our diverse student body gets access to such opportunities. While studying abroad might not be feasible for all CSU students, we can also bring a global education to all CSU students through a diverse international student population and innovative pedagogy that connects our students to the world virtually. We look forward to the continued support from the board in expanding international education opportunities, both in its scope and in access. I now yield my time to Dr. Perez. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman, and thank you, Dr. Simon, for sharing your CSU IP program experience with us today. I would also like to extend deep appreciation to the CSU faculty who lead our students around the globe in the pursuit of research, study, and personal growth. And of course, none of this would happen without the dedicated staff that are in the back, as was mentioned by Dr. Rahman, and our international education teams at each of the 23 universities. These talented professionals arrange transformative opportunities for our students while coaching them in the skills and confidence they need for a lifetime of travel and exploration. As we expand the future possibilities for our faculty and students, we look forward to growing our list of global destinations and to encouraging more students of all backgrounds to take flight. Chair Arambula, that concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Dr. Rahman, Dr. Simon, the faculty who lead this amazing work, the staff who help enable all of this. Really appreciate this. Any questions or comments from the board? Yes. Trustee Yee Millikar.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and thanks to DVC Perez and Drs. Raymond and Simon for their presentation. The CSU's commitment to international education, as demonstrated by what you discussed in the diverse array of programs, is commendable. And these initiatives that you describe not only enrich the academic experience for students, but also prepare them for success in a globalized workforce. So my question is, what measures are in place to ensure the accessibility and affordability of study abroad programs for students from diverse backgrounds in the CSU?
Thank you, Trustee Malcar, for that question. This is an ongoing work that needs to continue on, which is to figure out how to create more accessibility points. One is the financial burden that comes in. And when we look at CSU IP specifically, the students are paying whatever fee they pay on the campus and not a penny more. So if they come in with scholarships, if they come in with grants, all of that applies towards the program. That's one way. The other way to make it financially accessible is to create more scholarship opportunities. I'm happy to share that there are many alumni who will donate money to say that for a Florence program or a France program, and they'll say that create these scholarships. Just this past year, we had an individual in the LA area who had not studied in our program but donated $10,000 for 5 years of scholarship to go to Taiwan. So we do have those opportunities. In terms of access to diverse student body, this is a collective work. So we work both from the Chancellor's office, but also in the campuses where we have faculty that will assist us in figuring out how to create opportunities. I can tell you that one thing very quickly is that often our minority students, the biggest barrier sometimes is that the parents are very nervous to send their students abroad. And so we've started having parent sessions, and we want to have more of those to talk about study abroad as not being this difficult or an obstacle, and so hope that they will get convinced that they can send their children to study abroad. And I also want to commend the presidents, because many of them do offer scholarships to their study abroad students, and I really appreciate that because that increases the opportunity.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you. I think this is extremely exciting, and I was surprised to see that the CSU campuses held the top 2 through 6 spots in the country in terms of study abroad. That surprises me and really exciting. I guess I see such opportunity in terms of attracting international students to our campuses, to our universities, which of course enrich the education experience for everybody, and then using that funding to help fund our students going abroad in addition to funding our other programs. So I'm wondering, in terms of those numbers going, I understand how COVID would have impacted those numbers significantly, but what we can do, it seems like we have such vibrant campuses where California, it seems like we shouldn't have to work that hard to grow our program. And at this time when we're so struggling to find, finance opportunity, this seems like a great opportunity. So what is getting in the way of expanding that program? Or what are the challenges?
Thank you, Trustee Lurie, for that question. California certainly can sell itself, which is true, and we do want to kind of increase our international enrollment. There is increased competition from other countries for students to have options to study abroad. All over Europe, where programs were taught in native languages, they're studying English language programs, degree programs, and so that's a competition that we certainly face. But specifically related to the CSUs, we are starting more cooperation between the Chancellor's Office and the International Enrollment Management teams on the campuses. This is an effort that allows us to pool some resources together and strategize how we promote the CSU across the world. This is it's sort of an ebb and flow sometimes, international enrollment. In some countries where the scholarships have been taken away, you find that the numbers will go down. So the Saudi Arabian students or UAE students or Brazilian students, those numbers have come down across the system, not just for us, but across the country. But this is an effort that we have to make where we collaborate with the system.
I think I would just add to that we have been talking as a team about doing an international affairs strategic plan so that across the system to be very specific and intentional about where that growth and opportunity will be. And so we agree with you and think that it's imperative that we increase the number of students who are, as you say, coming and but also going abroad.
Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll just offer my wife, who grew up in a town of about 2,000 people, took advantage of study abroad And Dr. Simon, the story you told of your own experience and that of students is exactly what she experienced. And she has been a lifelong proponent that the more students we can bring from elsewhere expands and enriches the program here for all students. And for the individuals who get the chance to go, it is truly forever life-changing from an educational standpoint. So thank you to the team for all the work you do promoting this. Really appreciate it. Okay, moving on. Item number 3 is an action item regarding the academic master plan. This item will be presented by Dr. Nathan S. Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Faculty Programs. Dr. Evans, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Rambula. Good morning. The California State University continues to serve as the nation's most powerful engine of social mobility and the largest producer of the state's educated, skilled, and diverse workforce, advancing the fields essential to California's economy and future. The CSU and its 23 universities achieve this mission by carefully aligning our degree programs with the dynamic needs of competitive industries, major employers, our communities, and our state. This also serves to expand college access and enrollment by meeting student demand for degree programs and concentrations in emerging fields. This annual presentation focuses on the CSU's academic planning process by providing this year's summary of academic planning activity and the updates to the CSU Academic Master Plan, which include projected, approved, suspended, or discontinued degree programs within our 23 universities. In addition, complementing our discussion last fall, we present a summary of the campus analyses of low conferring degree programs to identify programs for which action plans will be developed. As we provide this regular update for your information and approval, I also want to highlight the explicit connection between academic planning and our university's work toward financial sustainability and addressing enrollment opportunities and challenges, both today and, as you heard yesterday in the EAB presentation, into the future. As was shared yesterday, the opportunity not only to examine data and information at an individual university level, but also to identify trends and opportunities at the system and statewide level is essential as we work to meet the challenges of the future. Also in the presentation this morning, we will highlight recent accreditation activity by the WASC Senior College and University Commission, which affirm our university's efforts to provide quality programs of study to our students. I will now turn the presentation over to Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Faculty Programs. Dr. Massa?
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Consistent with Board of Trustees policy and in alignment with the California Master Plan for Higher Education, we present for board action today the CSU Academic Master Plan, summarizing academic planning for the next 10 years. Our academic planning process and the CSU Academic Master Plan ensure that the CSU continues to meet strategically both regional and statewide needs for skilled workers. In 2022-23, the CSU awarded nearly 106,000 bachelor's degrees, over 20,000 master's degrees, and 614 doctorate degrees. As indicated in red bars on the graph being shown, the CSU is the largest producer of California's educated and diverse workforce, as compared to any other public or private higher education institution in the state. The CSU produces a third or more of California's bachelor's degrees in many areas, including criminal justice, agriculture, public administration, education, business, media and design, STEM disciplines, and nursing. On screen are the 10 most popular academic disciplines by enrollment for CSU undergraduates as of last fall. Nearly all touch on the most critical industries driving the state's economy, including business and management, engineering, education, computer sciences, and the health professions. Likewise, the CSU is also preparing its master's students to help address current and emerging workforce needs. This slide shows enrollment for the top academic disciplines for master's students in the CSU. The discipline with the highest graduate enrollment, with over 8,000 students, is education. This demonstrates the CSU's ongoing commitment to preparing California's future education leader workforce. The implementation of AB 656 will catalyze the offerings of doctoral degree programs in the future, specifically in the professional and applied areas. The numbers of doctoral programs available in the CSU and student enrollment in these are growing. Related to that implementation, I would like to note that we plan to bring updated Title V sections regarding our new doctoral authority for the board, information in May and action in July. This slide shows enrollment for the top existing academic disciplines for doctoral students in the CSU. Highest enrollments are in the health professions, the EDD in education, doctorates in audiology, occupational therapy, nursing practice, and physical therapy. Degree planning is the critical first step in sustaining the CSU's impact through the development of its educational programs designed to meet the needs of California's skilled and diverse workforce. Today, we will highlight and call for action on this year's CSU Academic Master Plan. The CSU Academic Master Plan is a comprehensive list of each university's academic planning documents, representing both their short-term and long-range planning. Updated by the Chancellor's Office and presented for board action, board approval annually. These documents are provided in the written agenda and include a 10-year overview of planned programs, which includes both newly proposed and existing projections, the campus academic plan, which documents every academic degree program and each program's delivery mode, support mode, and whether it is externally accredited, a list of suspended and discontinued programs, and a list of externally accredited degree programs. As part of the overall academic planning efforts, the written item also includes a summary of recent WASC Senior College and University Commission accreditation activity, which includes reaffirmation of accreditation, special visits, and progress or interim reports. Along with the submission of a 10-year overview of planned programs, each university submits a proposal for every new projected degree program. The Chancellor's Office carefully reviews each proposal, considering the elements listed on the screen to ensure there are clear goals, purpose, and demonstrated need, student interest, and sufficient resources to support the planned program. Attachment A of the written item is a compilation of each university's 10-year overview of planned programs. The board's approval of degree program projections allows universities to begin developing degree program proposals that are subject to campus review and approval before they may be submitted to the Chancellor's Office. Further review then takes place, sometimes requiring revisions before the degree program is approved, the proposal is approved by the Chancellor, and after which the university may begin to enroll students. Attachment D of the written item provides a flow chart as well as an overview of the CSU academic planning and review process. In addition to projecting new degree programs, the Academic Master Plan process allows universities to appropriately suspend and or discontinue existing programs and subprograms. Subprograms are concentrations or options within a main degree program. Suspensions and discontinuations commonly occur, for example, when a subprogram is elevated into its own standalone degree program. The written item lists in more detail the following updates to the CSU Academic Master Plan for 2023, including 30 new degree program projections added, 26 new degree programs that have been approved, 11 previously approved degree program projections that have since expired and were removed, 73 existing degree programs and subprograms that have suspended admission of new students, and 64 existing degree programs and subprograms that have been fully discontinued. It's important to note that when a program is suspended or discontinued, students already enrolled in that program are allowed to complete it without compromise to academic quality or course availability. Campus has significantly increased the number of degree program discontinuances this year. In fact, there were 4 times the number of programs discontinued this year as compared to last year. This reflects intentional, data-guided considerations of the sustainability of some degree programs and subprograms. The data, consultation, and review inform the decision by a campus to suspend or discontinue a program, for which ultimate decision-making authority rests with the university president. Also of note, of the 30 academic programs projected for 2024, most are planned for state support instruction, which supports the university's overall enrollment goals. For example, Maritime has projected a BS in Automation Engineering, and San Jose an MS in Computational Linguistics. Further, many programs will be offered in multiple modalities, including online or hybrid. For example, San Marcos is a fully online bachelor's program in organizational leadership, and Sacramento's hybrid Doctor of Nursing practice. This demonstrates a continued responsiveness to students' need for greater flexibility. And aligned with the California Governor's Budget Compact and Master Plan for Career Education, many projections prepare students for careers in key fields such as education, allied health professions, social services, business, and STEM. Also included in the written item are details of additional noteworthy academic planning activity, which, although not presented to the board in the past, underscore the campus's ongoing work and responsiveness to the dynamic needs of students and the workforce, and are prompted by the closer focus on academic program health and sustainability. As reported to the board in September 2023, campuses were asked to carefully review the data provided by the Chancellor's Office on degree programs with low numbers of degrees awarded and identify programs in need of a plan of action to grow. As part of this process, campuses detailed the quantitative and qualitative metrics they used to determine whether the program was in need of an action plan. The bars of the graph show the total number of low conferring degree programs, or LCDs, that each campus was asked to consider. The green indicates the number of programs the campus identified for action planning, and those plans are due to the Chancellor's Office in May 10th of this year. The gray indicates the number of programs that did not need an action plan. There are many reasons why a program might not need an action plan. For example, it might have very few majors, low numbers of majors, and thus confer few degrees, but serve an essential role in general education. The deeper analysis of low conferring degree programs is an important way that universities can critically consider the sustainability of academic programs. As highlighted in the presentation by Sally Amoruso from EAB yesterday, proactive consideration by universities of factors affecting financial sustainability are key to addressing university budgets and long-range viability. In support of this, the Chancellor's Office is facilitating multi-campus discussions on opportunities to jointly offer curriculum toward degree programs and how to better utilize existing programs which allow students at one campus to enroll in online courses at another campus. Program planning and review are also critical to the maintenance of WASC accreditation, so we now want to provide you with a brief overview of accreditation activity across our campuses. Over the past year, 7 campuses engaged in substantive accreditation activity related to WASC Senior College and University Commission accreditation. Bakersfield, Humboldt, Fullerton, Maritime, Monterey Bay, and Pomona took part in interim activities that are a critical and necessary part of the maintenance of WASC accreditation. San Francisco completed the reaffirmation of accreditation process and was commended for its promotion of student well-being and success, which sets a standard for student support, transparency and clarity on the campus budget, and expansion of inclusive, diverse leadership and operations to address ongoing challenges, particularly with enrollment. Congratulations to San Francisco State. We underscore and acknowledge that the maintenance of WASC accreditation requires a significant amount of concerted, intense campus effort, and we congratulate all 7 campuses for their accomplishments this year. More information on WASC accreditation activity for 2023 can be found in Attachment B of the written item. Additionally, universities are expected, if appropriate, to seek professional accreditation for their degree programs. An updated professional accreditation list appears in Attachment C of the written item. Approval of the resolution presented for board action today will authorize the new program projections, those appearing in bold red font in Attachment A, as seen in the example shown on this slide. With your approval, campuses will be able to develop degree proposals for the Chancellor's review and approval. As new degree programs are launched across the system, the CSU provides opportunities for students to become workforce-ready graduates whose skills and knowledge contribute significantly to our society and economy. I will now turn the presentation back to DVC Evans.
Thank you, Dr. Massa, for a comprehensive summary of this critical planning process. Chair Rambula, this concludes our summary of the annual academic planning report. We look forward to the approval of the resolution, and Dr. Massa and I would be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you both for your presentation. It is hard to follow what just came before with a 10-year study of the critical, but it is so important. So thank you for the work and your presentation. Before we proceed to any questions and/or discussion, may I ask for a preliminary motion to approve these changes?
So moved.
Second? Great. Thank you, Jonathan. All right. I have a motion. I have a second to approve the item. Are there any questions or discussion from the board? Yes, Lily.
So I just wanted a little clarity on the graph, the number of low conferring degree programs. And I noticed that some campuses like Northridge and San Jose have no actionable degree programs, and others have about a third on that graph. Could you just clarify a little bit what that means? I know you mentioned that there were a variety of reasons for that. Perhaps they've already sort of worked on winnowing out some of those programs.
Great question, thank you. Yeah, it is, each campus followed a different process in identifying their metrics and how they would look at these. Some of these campuses, for example, San Jose, have a robust program review process in place, and these programs are reviewed. I mean, all of our campuses have program review processes, but they felt that their process was making sure that their campus program offerings were kept up to date on a regular basis, and that this additional step was not necessary to maintain that health. They have a number of programs that are already in process in their program review, and they felt satisfied with it. So there are a variety of reasons, but mostly I think it's about what the ongoing processes on campus handle versus this additional activity.
I have Trustee Lopez on Zoom and then Trustee Yi Belikar after.
Thank you. I just want to commend everybody for this enormous effort. It's quite remarkable that we have 137 programs that are essentially going away over time, thanks to the work of the presidents and the campuses. I wanted to ask Dr. Massa, or even if it would be okay to ask if any president would like to volunteer, what were some of the challenges of doing this this year? I mean, the Chancellor's office suggested what low conferring degree programs are out there. They were asking you to review them. So in some ways, you were asked to do this in your own campuses, and I'm wondering, I'd like to hear a little bit about how that went.
Trustee Lopez, this is Dr. Evans. Maybe I can first respond, and since I know that in both meetings of the presidents and our provost, that President Lee and his provost from Sonoma State have talked about how this work that we helped initiate at the Chancellor's Office complemented work that was already occurring. I would say in terms of the challenge, I'll certainly defer to our campus colleagues, President Lee, to respond. But this was new activity added to what you, as you referenced, is already a very comprehensive process and is ongoing with faculty, with leadership, with department leadership on campuses. And so I think determining how this fit in and complemented that work, brought additional data, and in some cases opportunities, as Dr. Massa referenced, to refine or improve. And what we're now doing is try to learn from that process. Last week we had all of our provosts together and spent some dedicated time on this topic, how they went through that, what was elevated in that. And so there was a lot of sharing across campuses because, as Dr. Massa mentioned, each campus was sort of using its existing process with the opportunity to learn. And what it also created was the space then, at this moment, more at a grassroots level, but now we're looking at institutionalizing and systematizing the opportunity to work across campuses to meet some of these needs. For example, one area that emerged through grassroots work was across world languages on multiple campuses, which are often very small programs, but leveraging the power of online education to ensure that there's access without perhaps having full-blown degree programs on many campuses. But I would like to turn to President Lee, because he has described the work that's been going on at Sonoma for some time, and this was able to complement that.
Thank you, Nathan. I do want to share a little bit of information about what's happening in Sonoma State in the past 19 months. It's a very, very complicated process, but really start with information sharing. And the key is to that university, all faculty staff are aware of where we are financially. And that become the trigger event of what needs to be done. Clearly, we have a gap in our budget that need to be addressed. And when we were able to trim pretty significantly in a lot of the non-academic area, it became very obvious because the academic affairs side tend to be a pretty substantial portion of our budget. But instead of really forcing it, we really set up a stage for the departments to engage in discussion. And it become very clear that, with a number of departments and programs that we have right now, it become impossible to try to support every single one. So the question becomes, do I want to take $1 and give 100 programs each 1 penny? Or we have to really consolidate. And this information that the Academic Affairs Chancellor Office provides very useful, because it really allow us to systematically look at where are the programs that are not getting the kind of enrollment that's needed, and then where can we do something to start to consolidate. And that's really a lot of the discussion. Clearly it's from faculty, from the Senate, and we simply provide information to set a stage. And a lot of this, again, is the faculty actually doing it.
Thank you so much. We have 3 trustees, Trustee Yee Melikar, Trustee Gilbert Lurie, Trustee McGrory.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and thanks to DVC Evans and Dr. Massa for their hard work with the campuses and the presidents in collecting this data and presenting it to us today. I think the strategic addition of the new degree programs, especially in the fields like data science, public health, and cybersecurity, aligns really well with current and future workforce demands. And the proactive approach that we're taking as a system really ensures that the CSU graduates remain competitive and relevant in the job market. I do have a question, and this is of concern to many faculty and staff on our campuses, and that is, what strategies, whether it's on the campus or whether it's system-wide, are being employed to ensure the sustainability and success of low-conferring degree programs identified in the campus analyses?
So how do we ensure their success, essentially? So this is what the next step is about in this process, right? Those are those action plans that the campuses are developing that are due on May 10th to the Chancellor's office. Their end goal is to identify how to ensure the sustainability and success of those programs. So as each campus and program is unique, there's a wide variety of things being discussed. I think what is key is that the action planning that's being developed is grounded in the university's mission, its values, its strategic plan, so that the work connects to the bigger picture and is not simply one-off decisions. So I'm looking forward to those action plans coming in on May 10th so we can start to see what folks have done to address the sustainability and long-term health of these. And we'll be able to speak to the plans that were developed during the September board meeting when we come back with the summer projection cycles that are due in midsummer.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you. And I agree. I appreciate everybody's thought in this, and this is a very striking way to get a first look at less is less when we see the cuts that we're talking about. So I guess my question, I was really happy, Dr. Massa, to hear you talk about the central role, the Chancellor's Office role in collaborating and making available online options and sharing of campuses, but I guess I'm wondering in terms of the weight of that. It seems that there's an opportunity here for less to not be less. If there's oversight in terms of, once the campuses take a look and say, okay, we need to save this much money, we're going to cut these programs. If there's really a look from the central office in terms of, well, who's doing it best? Which campus makes the most sense to offer this? How are we grouping together campuses regionally to make sure that this is offered among, so I guess I'd like a little more insight into how we are implementing the collaborative spirit to make sure that students aren't the ones who are left without the options, and that we're telling the messages when students see, for example, theater arts are cut at this campus or whatever, that the same messages, but it's offered here, and here's how it's going to be available to you.
Oh, thank you so much for that question, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie. I think I can share some of what is occurring today and what we are looking forward to. As I mentioned last week, we had our 23 university provosts together, who are the senior academic officers on each campus, really beginning to dig into this. And from the initial data that we had and looking across the system, where opportunities lie, and I mentioned some of those have been more grassroots at this point, individual leaders reaching out to other leaders, faculty reaching out to other faculty to develop that. And I think it really is moving from the grassroots to the strategic. Today, our students on all 23 campuses have the ability to enroll in online courses at other CSUs. The facility, the ability to do that is already in place. However, the uptake on that is fairly low. Only about 1,100 to 1,200 students per term of 460,000 students actually are availing themselves to that. So it's also ensuring that we have the appropriate communication, the appropriate incentives built in as well, so that students see it as a viable option. But there are also administrative steps that we need to do internally, and in terms of, number one, making sure that there is articulation, so the student who takes takes that theater arts class or chooses knows exactly at a respective campus how that will fit in. So that is the work we're really building upon at this point. So we have the strong foundation, the infrastructure to deliver that, but really now, and we hear from the conversation and context that EAB shared, there is a will and a need at this point, and now it's really facilitating that in different spaces.
And I guess my final point is, you know, what the message is in terms of even encouraging students. If they have a strong interest and it's not at that campus, do even counselors, who's giving the message that it's okay, we encourage you to go over there to get this because, you know, this is what you're interested in.
No, great feedback. Thank you.
Trustee McGrory.
Hey, sorry I'm not there in person. Kind of suffering from the flu here, but one thing I'd like us to take a look at as we're talking about this area of the curriculum is the possibility for becoming more efficient. One thing we did with President Del Torre's staff at San Diego State, we took the MPA program and the JD program, law degree program at the University of San Diego, a separate university, and we're now offering a joint program so that you have an MPA and a JD, and we knocked a year off the curriculum. So instead of 5 years, you can do it in 4 years. And I just think there are opportunities to do that in others. And we ought to be open to local partnerships where we can make it more efficient, make it quicker for students to get their degrees.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Jack. This work is really hard. This work is incredibly important. That this work has been collaborative and we've given it time is critical. So deep appreciation to everyone who's done that. And President Lee, as you mentioned, that recognizing and trying to treat this like a series of all of these pathways are valuable, and yet with limited resources, we have to make some trade-offs and choices. So engaging in that conversation is critical. So deep appreciation. I had one question. I think it's the same question I've probably asked every time we've come to this, which is attachment D on how we make new degree proposals. How long does that process take? I think there's a fast track and then there's the regular track. And I remember hearing the fast track timing and thinking that was really slow. And then hearing, oh, that's the fast track timing. So can you just remind us?
Well, it's going to vary by campus how this goes, but the campuses have to, if you're talking about the whole process,
yes,
they have to develop the projection, receive campus approval to submit that projection to the chancellor's office, and then it comes through this process, gets returned to the campus. They then develop the proposal, goes through their academic senate, through their president, back to us as a full proposal for approval. So it really varies. Some programs are anxious to get started, and so they're developing that proposal at the same time they're developing the projection so that they're ready to hit the ground running as soon as they get the okay after this meeting. So how long would that take? Maybe a year from start to, because you have to remember, once a program is approved doesn't mean they can start offering it right now. They have to then admit students to the program, and that takes some time. It can take, I would say, probably 2 years on most campuses from start to finish, because they will typically do things in sequential order. And each step in the process is pretty important. We need our faculty colleagues to look deeply at these proposals and decide, does this make sense? Just because this learning group has approved it doesn't mean that the campus necessarily has the resources to dedicate to it, or that the faculty as a peer group will think this is the right move. So they need to really carefully consider and develop that and then move ahead. So it is a slower process, but it's because there's a lot of educated and informed people looking at and considering the proposal.
If I think back 10 years ago, the jobs that exist today and the things we were thinking about then, it's just, I continue to feel I completely understand every part of that, and I don't want us to move forward in any way that would not allow all of these reasoned voices at the table. And yet, I just am recognizing the speed at which the world is changing around us, and I am worried that we are not set up to respond in kind, and that may lead students to look at us as not a viable path, as they say, well, gosh. And so I think sometimes students are going to say that as they see programs going away. And so, Leslie, I loved your point that we need to find ways to ensure that they actually see that we're providing opportunities, no matter where you are, to pursue these interests. But I also see that as I just think, yeah. So thanks. Okay, great. We have a motion. We have a second. Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the item. Only committee members may vote at this time. Can we please take a roll call vote? As a reminder, only members of the Committee on Educational Policy may vote. Trustees, please unmute your audio for the roll call as Ms. Reeves calls your name.
It'll be Miss Coral today.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Trustee Arambula.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Yi Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. We are now on to item 4. This is an action item regarding proposed amendments to Title V regarding the implementation of the Transfer Student Achievement Reform Act of 2021. This item will be presented by Dr. Nathan S. Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. April Gromo, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management, Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Faculty Programs, and Academic Senate of the CSU Chair, Beth Steffel. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Arambula. Today's item marks a milestone in the CSU's implementation of Assembly Bill 928, the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act, which was signed into law in 2021. As you'll recall from our presentations in November and January, the bill simplifies the transfer pathway to a 4-year degree for California's community college students by creating a single lower division general education pattern called the California General Education Transfer Curriculum, or CalGETC. It will satisfy transfer admission requirements for both the CSU and the University of California. CalGETC is expected to be in place by fall 2025. And it also represents an opportunity for the CSU to implement the legislation in an equitable way that can benefit all undergraduates by adopting a clear, consistent set of lower division general education requirements that all students could follow. Following our January information item, this board directed us to bring forward for action today the necessary updates to Title V with clear instruction to include changes that will create a unified GE pattern for all undergraduate students, both those that enter as first-time first year and those that enter as transfer students. We believe this approach centers student success and equity by providing a clear and consistent GE pathway for all CSU students. As envisioned, it will ensure that regardless of whether general education courses are completed and credit earned at a CSU campus or a community college, the requirements to which those courses apply and the roadmap for all undergraduates who pursue a CSU bachelor's degree would be aligned. It also meets the objective of the STAR Act by simplifying what can often be a challenging process for students crafting their degree plan and transferring credit. And it recognizes that increasing numbers of students touch multiple college and university systems during their educational journey. Although perspectives on this approach were certainly not unanimous, it honored CSU's long tradition of shared governance while respecting that this board ultimately holds the authority to modify broad admission and degree requirements as well as the minimum units required for a degree. I'll now ask Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Faculty Programs, to provide a brief history of AB 928 and the proposed Title V amendments that are necessary for timely implementation of the bill. Dr. Massa?
Thank you, Dr. Evans. As was shared in earlier presentations, the most recent discussion of possible general education revision dates back to 2017, when the Academic Senate of the CSU commissioned a general education task force to deliver recommendations for GE review and reform. While the Academic Senate did not further pursue recommendations from that report, one recommendation proposed reducing the number of units in general education required for a CSU degree. In early 2021, following legislative hearings on the Master Plan for Higher Education and the transfer process, California Assemblymember Mark Berman authored a bill, AB 928, to simplify the transfer pathway to a four-year degree for California's community college students. Co-sponsored by the Cal State Student Association, our CSU student leaders, and the Campaign for College Opportunity, the bill was amended by the request of the CSU to place the responsibility of recommending a single lower division general education pattern with the Intersegmental Council of Academic Senates, otherwise known as ICAS. Going deeper into the timeline, on screen are some key milestones of discussions and actions that were taken once AB 928 was signed into law in October 2021. The single pattern, called CalGETC, was created through the work of ICAS, which is comprised of 5 faculty leaders each from the CSU, University of California, and California Community Colleges. The CalGETC pattern represents compromises across all of the segments to provide clarity for students. For example, it includes courses in oral communication and ethnic studies. These are CSU requirements and are not required for admission or to graduate from the University of California. The pattern also requires 5 fewer units than the historic CSU GE breadth. Once the recommended pattern was adopted in fall 2022, each segment's academic senate solicited input from faculty on the pattern. In light of the significant work required to implement the STAR Act, upon ICAS's unanimous vote to accept the recommended CalGETC framework, the Chancellor's Office began to engage in a wide range of consultations and discussions, including with the CSU Academic Senate, CSSA student leaders, as well as other key stakeholders, such as the Campaign for College Opportunity. In May 2023, Academic and Student Affairs hosted a system-wide webinar to begin to articulate and identify areas in need of further discussion. As the CSU has always had one unified GE pattern for all students, CSU GE breadth, the implementation of the STAR Act raised questions of how to ensure equity for all CSU students. Building on this webinar, in early fall 2023, the Chancellor's Office began consulting with the ASCSU, CSSA, and other constituents on the potential alignment of CSU GE breadth and CalGETC. Acknowledging the complexity of the goal before us and the desire to consider all perspectives, the Chancellor's Office extended the timeline for Board of Trustees action on proposed Title V changes from 2 board meetings to 3, and began to facilitate a series of additional regular meetings with ASCSU committee members and academic and student affairs staff. To continue to offer a unified GE pattern for all CSU undergraduate students would require amending lower division CSU GE breadth to align with CalGETC, mirroring the subjects and units in CalGETC so that all students would follow and be held to the same general education framework and number of units. However, the most crucial elements of general education, the learning outcomes for the curriculum, and determining which courses satisfy the areas will still be determined by CSU faculty through their existing campus GE committees. I would like to be clear that the CSU is under no obligation to use the UC's standards for our own courses. CSU stakeholders will provide input on, consult, approve CSU policy, not ICAS, not the UC. For example, in the development of draft policy, CSU requirements are unchanged for grading or for critical thinking courses. We maintain current standards. One area of voice concern regarding CalGETC has been the difference in required units. The chart on screen provides a comparison between the lower division portion only of CSU GE and CalGETC. You can see that there is significant alignment between the subject areas and the units. But as designated in red, the CalGETC pattern requires 5 fewer units than CSU GE breadth. With a unified GE pattern, it would be up to the discretion of each campus to determine how those units might be distributed within the existing total of 120 units for a CSU bachelor's degree. One option, which would greatly benefit students pursuing high unit majors such as business and engineering and nursing, would be to simply allow those 5 units to remain as free electives toward the minimum 120 units required for a CSU degree. That alignment gives students more agency and choice over the courses they complete to earn their degree. On screen are the sections of Title V that will require changes in order to implement the STAR Act of 2021. These sections address general education and undergraduate admission. The complete text of the proposed changes can be found in the written agenda item. The discussion on educational program, which would include amending CSU GE breadth, has been robust and ongoing among stakeholders. But as it relates to admissions requirements, we have general alignment among all stakeholders, and edits to Title V will be largely administrative rather than operational. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation to Assistant Vice Chancellor of Strategic Enrollment Management, April Gromo, to briefly discuss how these changes will impact new and continuing CSU students. Dr. Gromo?
Thank you, Dr. Massa. As has been discussed in prior presentations, the consolidation of the lower division general education pattern and course designations offered by community colleges has implications for the majority of CSU undergraduate students. California community colleges have been a primary access point and launch pad for many of our undergraduate students, particularly those who are low income, first generation, or from other historically underrepresented communities. As we heard in a compelling student testimony at last November's board meeting and from trustees at the January board meeting, the transfer experience is not always a smooth one. When CalGETC is implemented in fall 2025, it will become the only transfer GE pattern offered by California community colleges. Community college courses will only be articulated to and designated by the new CalGETC designations. They will no longer carry designations of the existing CSU GE breadth areas, but they will still be articulated for CSU major requirements. These changes also have implications for first-time, first-year students entering with college credit. In fact, approximately 60% of first-year applicants to the CSU have some type of transfer credit. Many of these students have earned credit by taking community college dual enrollment courses in high school. A growing number of first-year students are coming to us completing high school and an associate's degree simultaneously. There are also continuing CSU students who may be concurrently completing lower division GE courses at their local community college in the summer or during a regular term. All of these populations will complete courses only aligned with CalGETC in order to fulfill general education requirements for their CSU degree. I would like to take this moment to reiterate why it is necessary to make this change now and why alignment is so important. As noted at the November board meeting, of the approximately 125,000 new undergraduate students the CSU enrolls each year, just over half our students are transfer students. Beginning with those students who enroll in community college in 2025, these students will follow CalGETC. It will be the only GE pattern available in community colleges. Also, from that original pool of 125,000 new students, just under half enter directly after high school. Those whom we would typically refer to as first-year students or freshmen. And of that population, more than half of those students will have already earned college credit through a combination of dual enrollment and examinations. Starting in 2025, those students would also be earning credit aligned to and able to follow the Cal-GETC pattern, as it will how the community college courses they completed while in high school are classified. This leaves only 25% of all undergraduates who might otherwise not follow Cal-GETC and would have to complete a larger GE package, resulting in less flexibility in their degree plan. As proposed today, aligning general education for all CSU students provides an equitable set of degree requirements for all future undergraduate students and will provide greater flexibility for students in their academic planning. I'll now turn the presentation over to Academic Senate of the CSU Chair, Beth Steffel, to again share perspective of the Academic Senate.
Thank you. When I presented to the board in November, I talked about the work of the Intersegmental Committee of the Academic Senates, or ICUS, which I currently chair. As you may recall, ICUS is composed of the 5 leaders from each of the system-wide academic senates of the California State University, California Community Colleges, and the University of California, and is a creator and editor of the California General Education Transfer Curriculum, or Cal-GETC, as required by Assembly Bill 928, the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act of 2021. I described the set of constraints and compromises and the development of the transfer pattern and standards, and clarified that ICUS will evaluate and potentially change the pattern of courses, course descriptors, and standards for Cal-GETC on an annual basis, as it did for iGETC. When I presented to the board in January, I talked about the purpose of CSU general education courses to introduce fundamental ideas and intellectual activities across various disciplines and focus on central ideas in societies. They offer diverse perspectives on how people think and feel, express ideas, create new knowledge, and solve problems. With these courses, students acquire the skills necessary to optimize their university-level learning, assess information critically, deliver reasoned arguments orally and in writing, and communicate effectively. CSU general education courses train students to collaborate, engage with 21st century challenges in politics, understand global complexities, contribute to the world around them, expand knowledge of the histories they embody within the United States, foster interethnic and interracial unity, make ethical decisions, and develop resilience and self-determination. All of this comes together to make our community, city, state, society, economy, nation, and world a better place. These skills also provide students with a knowledge of the world around them, and they prepare students for the work necessary within the majors of their choice. Today, I'm going to talk about why the faculty does not support the full proposal in front of the board and the information we have been requesting to get to a solution. As I reported to you yesterday, the Academic Senate requests the CSU Board of Trustees adopts Section 40405.5, California General Education Transfer Curriculum, Cal-GETC, and corresponding areas for transfer students, and not change 40405.1, California State University General Education breadth, until there is supporting data on student success and a robust estimate of both the cost of implementation and long-term financial impacts. In considering the proposed changes, it's essential to keep the following in mind. If a course is not required, it will not be offered. Resource constraints ensure this reality. We saw this yesterday during the presentation in the Finance Committee. There are 3 ways a course can be required. It meets a general education requirement. It's required as part of a degree program as preparation or requirement, or it meets a graduation requirement, either system-wide or campus-specific. Many courses meet multiple requirements. For example, a course may satisfy both a major preparation requirement and a general education requirement. This has 2 important implications. The curriculum is a deeply connected ecosystem, and any change to GE has myriad, often unexpected knock-on effects. The proposed changes to CSU GE breadth have unknown fiscal and student success implications. However, we do know eliminating lifelong learning will deprive our students of vital life skills and eliminate the only courses for which there is solid evidence of increased retention and achievement, especially for students of color. Reducing arts and humanities will reduce languages other than English offerings in general education, which may also have unintended consequences for study abroad, which we just heard about the value of from our previous presentation. This change to arts and humanities will also negatively affect the CSU's civics education. Adding an additional science laboratory class will increase costs for both students and campuses. The proposal you're considering today would completely eliminate all courses in lifelong learning and self-development, or sometimes shorthanded as Area E. On many campuses, first-year experience or transfer experience courses is part of Area E. These courses specifically help students navigate college. There's solid evidence that these courses support student retention and success, especially for students from minoritized backgrounds. For example, in fall 2022 at CSU Northridge, first-time first-year Black students who did not take the college skills course as part of GE Lifelong Learning had an average GPA of 1.92. Their peers who took either the college skills course or the variant specifically for Black students had average GPAs of 2.39 and 2.67 respectively. Indeed, there was an 11% increase in first to second year retention for traditionally underserved students who took a student success class in their first year. If this area of GE is eliminated, these courses will no longer be required and thus not offered. Reduced retention will exacerbate enrollment problems as well as make equity gaps worse. All courses in lifelong learning and self-development help students develop skills which support their success in college and life. Our students benefit from courses which help them develop financial literacy, healthy nutrition, resilience, a strong sense of self, and the ability to continuously improve their skills. Adoption of this proposal would completely eliminate these skills from the CSU education. Here's a small sample of the courses that will no longer be offered. Exploring entrepreneurship, computer fluency, family and individual money management, consumer rights, issues and problems, marriage and family relations, financial literacy, living with earthquakes in California, women in health, sexual ethics, how to learn with your mobile device, foundations in business communication, food, health and environment, lifetime fitness, and communication strategies and conflict management. Many courses in Area E, including targeted first-year experience courses, give students the knowledge and ability to seek out resources and help for food and housing insecurity, as well as deal with mental health challenges. And I'm now going to speak about the one-unit standalone science lab. Currently, laboratory courses are either standalone or integrated into science courses. This varies by campus due to resources, facilities, and curricular constraints. This proposal would require every student to take a one-unit standalone laboratory course. This would result in increased cost to students. Students pay extra fees for lab courses. Some students may have to take and pay for multiple lab courses, depending on how campuses configure their mix of integrated and standalone labs and what is offered. There'll be an increased cost to campus. Lab courses are expensive to the university. They require specialized facilities. They require specialized equipment and supplies. This entails increased costs in technicians and storeroom managers. There'll also be increased costs in safety compliance. They require additional safety supervision in certain labs. They require additional disposal costs for materials used in labs. This change will require hiring more science faculty who tend to be more highly paid and who often receive tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in startup funds. Finally, the elimination of one course from arts and humanities. Arts and humanities, are often shorthanded Area C, includes a wide range of critical skill building courses. The proposal would remove 3 units from arts and humanities, which would necessitate a loss of language other than English. The ability to speak multiple languages is increasingly important to life and work. Indeed, there's currently a proposed bill in the legislature that would give priority in medical school admission to students able to speak another language. The proposal under consideration today would reduce language other than English offerings in general education by 50%. Loss of skills, tolerance, and diversity. Courses in the humanities emphasize the cultivation of tolerance and understanding myriad diverse human viewpoints. These are crucial skills in diverse workplaces as well as the world. And finally, loss of skills in writing and critical thinking. Courses in the humanities are almost always writing intensive and focused on developing skills in critical thinking, clear writing, and empathetic persuasion. Courses would also be reduced by 50% by the proposal under consideration. In closing, the faculty are asking the Board of Trustees to adopt 40405.5 California General Education Transfer Curriculum, CalGETC, for transfer students, and not change 40405.1 California State University General Education Breadth until there is supporting data on student success and a robust estimate of both the cost of implementation of changes and long-term financial impacts. We project that if the proposed changes to CSU GE breadth are adopted, it will reduce retention, which will further reduce enrollment, widen equity gaps, and increase costs to both the system and the students. We hope the board will defer making this decision until there is data that supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Steffel. I want to acknowledge and appreciate your leadership and the ASCSU's contributions to this critical work, including the preparation of the original information item for the board and your personal participation in 3 board meetings. As has been shared, numerous levels of consultation have occurred since AB 928 was signed nearly 3 years ago. As called for in the amendment requested by the CSU Chancellor's Office, the Chancellor's Office gave time to the academic senates to first address, along with their faculty colleagues in other segments, their creation of a new GE pattern, then seek buy-in from CSU faculty for the pattern, and then, only then, to consult on the implications for all CSU students during 23-24, our current academic year. Last fall, as consultation continued, it was again communicated to the ASCSU that the discussion of the relationship between CalGETC and CSU GE breadth would be a topic of important discussions to come after the CalGETC pattern was finalized. That message was later reaffirmed when the Chancellor's Office clarified with ASCSU leadership that a statement by ICAS was inaccurate or at least incomplete in asserting that there would be no changes to CSU GE breadth. And in the first ASCSU plenary meeting of this academic year, I said to the Senate that I understand the desire to read this legislative effort as narrowly as possible, to adopt a compliance mindset. But I also cautioned that to do so would disregard the intent, centering the student educational journey and simplifying the path to a degree for all students in California. Following that meeting, the board and the Chancellor's Office agreed to extend the timeline for Title V action from January to March. The Chancellor's Office proposed to begin a series of focused consultation meetings with ASCSU solely on the topic of AB 928 and GE implementation, including the impact on CSU GE breadth and first-year students. The outcome was significantly increased frequency of consultation, including the scheduling of 10 off-cycle consultation meetings, including Chancellor's Office leaders, ASCSU committee members from the Executive Committee, Academic Affairs, and General Education, more than 30 individuals in total. And complementing that engagement with the Academic Senate, consultation has also occurred with CSSA, with CSU presidents, provosts, vice presidents of student affairs, deans of undergraduate studies, and academic advising leaders. And supporting these consultations and in response to requests has been data sharing on the subject areas not included in CalGETC, specifically data on Area E lifelong learning. At your seats today was one example of that data, a summary of the myriad of courses, over 600 across our campuses, that a CSU can take to satisfy Area E. A subset of those courses are first-year experience courses, which some speakers referenced yesterday and Chair Steffel referenced as well. But system-wide today, less than 1/3 of our first-year students complete such a course in their first year. So Area E is not synonymous with first-year experiences or student success courses. Nevertheless, as noted in the agenda item, given faculty, students, and the Chancellor's Office interest in supporting first-year student success, the staff are committed to work with the ASCSU and campus academic leaders to institutionalize those experiences across the curriculum, as is current practice at many CSU campuses. In addition to the data on specific GE areas, disaggregated data was shared regarding the number of first-year applicants completing college courses through dual enrollment, as well as metrics on average units and the time to CSU graduation by various student populations. From the range of consultations as well as discussions with the board, you'll see that this item's conclusion and resolution include 3 important commitments beyond the Title V changes themselves. First, given that CalGETC represents a new GE pattern for which there is not data that could be used for analysis, the Chancellor's Office will provide the Board of Trustees an impact analysis 5 years after implementation. It will review student retention, progression, and degree completion outcomes, including units earned at graduation, time to degree, average transfer units, and 2-, 4-, and 6-year intervals. This review will also represent the first of ongoing standing 5-year reviews by the board of the requirements of general education, for it shouldn't be a 40-year interval between making changes to general education. And finally, as mentioned a moment ago, given the explicit interest in the role of first-year student success courses by all stakeholders, the Chancellor's Office will work with the ASCSU and campus academic leaders to institutionalize those experiences across the curriculum, such as within the major, embedded in GE areas as many courses are cross-listed or recommended as electives, as many universities do across the nation. These commitments reflect the deep learning and most salient feedback from the consultation process. The Title V amendments considered by the board today recognize that when legislation impacting CSU degrees is passed, the CSU must determine how it will be reconciled with existing law, Title V, and CSU policies in a way that supports all student success. That's what occurred with prior legislation like that which created the associate degree for transfer and our legislative requirement for ethnic studies. Through our consultation and engagement, it is evident that a unified GE pattern centers student success and equity by providing a clear and consistent pathway and requirements for all undergraduate students. The way a course counts toward general education and the GE requirements themselves should not be variable based on whether you complete a college course at age 18 while in high school, at age 18 on a CSU campus, or returning as a 48-year-old. A unified GE aligned pattern will ensure that regardless of whether general education courses are completed and credit earned at a CSU or a community college, there's a clear, consistent, and equitable roadmap for all students who pursue a CSU degree. This policy approach also meets the objective of the bill by simplifying what can often be a challenging process for students crafting their degree plan and transferring credit. The rationale for this approach is also reflected in statements of support from the sponsoring organization, the Campaign for College Opportunity, and our CSU academic advising leaders, helping students navigate day in and day out. Upon approval of the Title V amendments, our Chancellor's Office team will continue to work closely with the Academic Senate and our 23 universities to ensure implementation of CalGETC by fall 2025. Much consultation, engagement, and work is still ahead and, frankly, cannot be delayed further. To support the implementation, the Chancellor's Office has already committed to invest more than $2 million in one-time resources to support campuses, including faculty work over off-contract periods and providing technical assistance to update our degree planning tools on every CSU campus. We look forward to having a clear, unified GE pattern in place for all students by fall 2025. Chair Rambula, that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions and await the board's action on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans, Dr. Gromo, Dr. Massa, and Chair Steffel for your presentation. Because this item involves amending a provision of Title V of the California Code of Regulations, these proceedings are deemed to be a public hearing under the provisions of the California Education Code. During the 45-day notice period for this action item, any written comments received have been provided to trustees and will be incorporated into the official record. All comments from public speakers related to this Title V item that were received during the public comment period at the beginning of this board meeting are incorporated here and will be part of the official record. The public hearing is now closed. The recommended amendment to Title V regarding proposed amendments to Title V regarding the implementation of the Transfer Student Achievement Reform Act of 2021 is an action item before the Committee on Educational Policy. Before we proceed to any questions and/or discussion, may I ask for a preliminary motion to approve these changes?
So moved.
Second. I heard a move and a second. Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second to approve the amendment. Before we invite questions and discussions, a couple of things. Chair Fong, we were supposed to end this session at 10:30. Here we are past 10:30, but this is incredibly critical.
We are going to proceed with this. This is a very critical, important discussion that we must have and vote. And I also wanted to let you know that Trustees McGrory and Lopez are ready on Zoom as well.
Thank you. And I will, with that in mind, please make sure to share your comments. If you have questions that have not been answered, as a reminder, this is the third time now we have heard this. If there are questions that you need answered, please direct those directly to the person who you believe will be able to answer it. I will do my best to make sure everyone's voice is heard. We are going to start with Trustee McGrory. Then we'll go to Trustee Lopez. Then I'm going to move around. So we'll go to Trustee Yee Melikar, Gilbert Lurie, Trustee Clark, Trustee Steinhauser, and I'm sure I'll keep adding. All right, Jack, you're up.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. We've discussed this before, obviously. It's a controversial issue, particularly with the faculty. We have got a lot of background information from the faculty. I do want to just refer one more time to the 2019 task force that was put together. In fact, I think Trustee Darlene Yee Melikar was on that task force. And that report, I've read it several times now, is an outstanding report on the revisions that they recommended with a wide group of representatives of the university, including faculty, students, trustees who were all involved in this, and they came back with a really good report. And it has just sat there for 5 years, gathering dust in the dustbin, I guess. And again, sometimes shared governance works, sometimes it doesn't. Clearly, it didn't work in this case. So now we have another proposal, and the proposal that I liked the best, obviously, was 2019. It required civic studies, specifically a course in American democracy, which, if you look at just the discourse going on in this country right now, everybody needs a course in American democracy. Second, it reduced the number of GE requirements, and I think our requirements, the number's too high. And so that's why I like the Cal-GETC proposal. It reduces the requirements. It removes an artificial barrier to completing a degree in 4 years for many students who are challenged in terms of their curriculum. I've told you the conversations I've had on various campuses where students in the STEM area, particularly engineering and STEM, they can't do do all these, the 39 GE requirements and complete their coursework in 4 years. And so here we are trying to, accelerate our GE graduation initiatives, our GI graduation initiatives, and we're creating artificial obstacles. And I just think it's important to make the change. I can't imagine that we'd have two different sets of GE requirements based on whether you went to community college or you came in from high school. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I am in favor of the motion, and I would strongly advocate for it.
Thanks, Trustee McGrory. Trustee Lopez.
Oh, we can't hear her.
Julia, can you unmute, please? Oh, there you go. Thank
Sorry,
you.
my computer's giving me a little trouble. Thank you. Let me start out by thanking the Executive Committee of the State Academic Senate and Beth and all the members for their engagement in this, not just now, but it's been a long one for them, and also with us, with the trustees. I think that those conversations have been very fruitful. And I also want to acknowledge the faculty's comments yesterday, because it really conveyed the commitment and pride that the faculty have in this curriculum. And I just want to acknowledge that, because I think it's important to acknowledge how important, how they feel about it. I want to address, expand on a couple of things that Nathan said about Area E. Specifically, he mentioned that only about a third of students enrolled in the lifelong learning courses in the first year. And he's right. And I was more interested, though, to see the distribution among the campuses. The 1/3 is the average of the total, though the question is, how does that look across the campuses? And what I found was that if you look at the distribution, there are a couple of campuses that don't offer them at all. And the distribution goes from enrollment at 2% of the first-time freshmen to 92%. And if you look at the sort of the groups, you have six campuses over 80%, I believe, if I can do my writing, and 7 under 10%. So there's a real big distinction, and the others just sort of group in the middle. And so then I was curious to find out, well, given that variety, I mean, there's a huge difference in how many students actually enroll in these courses in the campuses. I looked at how the campuses did in terms of student success, because I think the most potent argument that has been made, as far as I'm concerned, is whether or not this would impact student success. So how does this affect student success? And the only metric that we have, or easily accessible, is really GI 2025. So I looked at a recent report by the Campaign for College Opportunity that ranked our universities in terms of meeting or close to meeting their goals on GI 2025, and saw what their enrollment on these lifelong learning courses were. And I was really quite surprised, because the top campuses, I mean, one of them was at 75%, which was great. Another one was at 41%. But all the other 4 of the top 6 were under 10%. So they're meeting or close to meeting all of their goals, but the lifelong learning curriculum itself, while it is helpful, and I don't want to ever have anybody interpret my comments as saying that these aren't good courses and helpful courses, but as somebody told me on a campus, they're not predictive of success. And that's the problem. We don't have prediction of success here. And just looking at the patterns, I couldn't find anything that would make me think otherwise on that. So I do think that first-year experiences, as Nathan suggested or are committed to, are really, really important. They're part of our success agenda. They ought to be incorporated as we go forward into the next GI 2025. And that's really where that conversation belongs, to make sure that all of our campuses have a very, very robust first-year agenda, curriculum, academic service, support service, because it's a holistic first-year agenda that we need. The second point I just want to make about Area E, and I'll be quick on this, is there are over 600 courses in total. And if you look at the handout that I guess you have on your dais, as I did, you'll see the wide variety of courses that are offered, which is great. But then you actually see the enrollment, or I hope you see the enrollment in your sheet. And the enrollment in some of these classes range from single digits to over 1,000. And it seems to me that this is another opportunity to really look at how many of these courses can we continue to afford to offer. You know, we should have the same kind of discipline looking at some of these courses as we did as we're looking at our majors. You know, can and should we continue to offer all of these courses, or at least justify that we should, when they're very, very low enrolled? So I continue to support the one path. I think simplicity is a big part of it, flexibility for the students, some choice with additional credits for electives. I also think that the issues that have been raised are really well discussed around student success as part of our current and future consultations for GI 2025. And I really think we should really examine the course offerings and enrollments and really cost efficiency of continuing to do them. And just if they're absolutely necessary for the major is one thing, but making them a requirement is different than offering them because they're necessary. And I think enrollment students will enroll in the courses that they want, not just because they're required. That's what the enrollment pattern said to me. If the course is interesting and they feel helpful to them, they'll enroll. And I was really amazed at the variety of courses that are heavily enrolled. So I like Trustee McGrory, continue to support the one path trust. I'm not on the committee, but as the board as a whole.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Rambola, and thanks to DVC Evans and team for another comprehensive and informative presentation on AB 928 and the proposed amendments to Title V for its implementation during fall 2025. In addition to the points that I've already made during our last two board meetings, I'd like to offer three additional sets of comments and an amendment to the amendment. So the first is AB 928 Berman calls for a singular pathway for student transfer from the community colleges to the CSU and UC. The CSSA students co-sponsored this legislation. The ICAS faculty created the singular pathway called CalGETC, and the academic senates of the CCC, CSU, and UC approved it. Consequently, I think CalGETC can be considered a model of coordination and collaboration between the three public systems of higher education in California. During our recent board meetings, I heard compelling reasons for why CalGETC could serve as our transfer students well. And the rationale included benefits which we've heard, so I won't repeat them, but simplification, increased accessibility, improved student success, efficiency, increased equity are important reasons. I have also heard compelling reasons for why modifying CSUGE breadth to CalGETC standards could serve our first-year Native students well. And these reasons included benefits such as I understand it, a streamlined GE process. CalGETC would provide one clear standardized set of GE requirements for all students, simplifying the GE process and reducing confusion. B, improved efficiency by having a common set of requirements. First-year Native students can complete their GE courses more efficiently, especially if they wish to take some summer internship courses at the community colleges, UC, online, or elsewhere. C, enhanced access and flexibility. CalGETC can improve access and flexibility for first-year Native students to tailor their education to their individual interests and career goals. Instead of being required to take C3 and E, as Trustee Lopez indicated, they could choose to take them, choose to take other elective courses, or opt to take more courses for their major degree. D, better preparation. A standardized set of GE requirements ensures that first-year Native students are well prepared for upper division coursework and their major. And lastly, efficiency. Standardization can lead to more efficiency of resources, both for students in terms of time and money, and also for the institutions in terms of advising and administrative support. Lastly, as we all see on page 3 of this item, the board worked with the ASCSU to revise and update GE in 2017-19. The ASCSU GE Task Force, which included 2 trustees, CSSA, community college, and UC representatives, did produce a comprehensive and innovative report, which was then dropped in 2019, as Trustee Magori indicated. Today, the board has the opportunity to weigh in on CalGETC. However, given the many requests from the ASCSU and the CSSA for more time to collect and analyze data pertaining to CSU GE breadth requirements and its impact associated with reduction of areas C3, Arts and Humanities, and E, Lifelong Learning, my amendment is for a 2-step approach. 1, act on CalGETC for our transfer students today, and 2, postpone action on CalGETC for our first-year Native students for further consideration at a subsequent meeting. So at this time, I wish to move to amend the resolution as follows. On Educational Policy Agenda Item 4 on page 7 of our materials, under Recommended Action Resolve 2, the changes to CSU GE breadth requirements in section 40405.1 be struck from the proposed Title V changes. If I have a second to the motion, I'd like to speak to it.
Great. Here's what we're going to do. Darlene is on the Education Policy Committee. She has made a motion to amend the proposal in front of us. I have 3 speakers who wanted to speak to the primary motion. I'm going to ask the 3 of you to wait, but I've got you listed. What I would need, if we are going to consider this, is someone else on Ed Policy to second the motion that Darlene has made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I hear a second. So now I'm going to ask these 3 speakers to pause on the primary conversation. We're now going to go to a conversation on the amendment. And the amendment, which you stated perfectly as it relates to the actual things that council needs to know. For all of us, the amendment is to take the transfer portion of this and vote on that today.
Yes.
But to wait on applying this to
the first
students who would enroll at any one of our CSUs as first-time students.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. With that, we have a motion and a second. We are discussing that amendment now. We will discuss and then vote on that amendment. If it passes, that will then be what we are voting on as an Ed Policy Committee. If it does not pass, we will go back to what is written in the board packet. Did I get everything right there?
Beautiful.
Okay,
yes.
Great. We want to make sure to get this right. Okay, Trustee Yee Melikar, you both made the amendment and you said you wanted to speak to the amendment. It has now been seconded. I will start with you, and if anyone else would like to speak to this, please indicate with your placard and I'll call on you. Please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. I move to amend this resolution because it's clear to me that the ASCSU, some of our campus senates, system-wide faculty, and some of our CSSA student leaders are not supportive of implementing CalGETC for all CSU students at this time. Some of the reasons which have been shared with me over the past several months for postponing CalGETC for first-year Native students include: A, implementation challenges. AB 928 is silent on first-year Native students, and the adoption of CalGETC may require significant changes to curriculum, advising, and administrative processes, which could take time to implement effectively. B, assessment of impact. It may be prudent to assess the impact of CalGETC on transfer students before extending it to first-year Native students to ensure that any unintended consequences are understood and addressed. This evidence-based data could include student enrollment data, student access to courses, course enrollment numbers, student retention, student graduation, college to career, as well as Area E, first year experience course data, number of students affected, and how campuses will address it. C, resource allocation. Implementing CalGETC for all students may require resources, and institutions may need more time to allocate these resources appropriately. Financial impact data is needed to examine impact of CalGETC on all CSU students. D, stakeholder input. Additional time may be needed to gather input from faculty, students, and other stakeholders on the potential impact of CalGETC on first-year Native students to ensure that the policy is well-informed and broadly supported. So in summary, while moving forward with CalGETC for first-year Native students offers several benefits in terms of streamlining the GE process and improving efficiency, I believe there are some valid reasons for postponing its implementation, including operational and resource allocation challenges and the need for further impact data and stakeholder input. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yee Melikar. Are there any other comments that folks wish to make on this amendment? Yes, we'll go Leslie and then Diana.
I'll just say this. I seconded the motion because I wanted to hear the support of it and any other comments. The only way I would be in favor of that motion if it were only postponing it until May, and if there were reason to think we would have the data that we wanted or that the faculty were asking for by then. And when I'm hearing the support that you would be looking for, Dr. Melikar, that seems impossible to have, in the next 2 months. So that was what I wanted to know. And unless anybody, so I would be in favor of that, amendment to your amendment, but only if that data were possible to get in that time. And I think it's very hard to prove a negative for what it's worth. I think it's very hard to get data to say that that this will not be doable, that students will not complete their degree on time. So I'm skeptical of getting the kind of data we're looking for that quickly. But if anyone wanted that kind of motion, I would support it.
Trustee Aguilar-Cruz.
Yes, I just want to echo everything that Trustee Melikar has mentioned, because and it was mentioned that a lot of consultation has been done with various groups, specifically with CSSA, and in those meetings where students have raised their concerns and have raised their voices, I have seen that it's not necessarily that this is that students are completely against this change. The thing here is that there's no data backing up these decisions that are being made, and that's where students are coming from. So to your point, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, I don't think that the data is necessarily to find the negatives, but I think that's why it's the impact report. How can we also find the positives, right? How can we just present all data that we find, for example, like in an experimental laboratory, like in an experiment, we find all the data, we put it together, we make a conclusion. And I think that's what the students are asking for. And especially with all the prior decisions that we've been making throughout the year, they really need to see this data because, and I'll go back to the tuition increase, we made that decision without the impact analysis and impact report. And I think that really fractured the trust that students have with the decisions that are coming from the Board of Trustees. So I think having, and I'm just sharing what I'm hearing and echoing the voice of the students right now. So I think having the data, and even if in 2 months is still not appropriate to collect all of that, then I think in the impact analysis report to show all aspects, not just show the good, but if there's anything bad that we're finding, to also show that, as well as involving CSSA in these conversations, and not just saying we had consultation, but also sharing everything that was shared, all the students' voices and all the sides, not just the side that's supporting a specific thing that we want to pass. So I completely support what you have said, Trustee Melikar. Thank you so much for uplifting the student voice, and I think that we need to continue making decisions that are data-driven and data-informed. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? I will try and model what I think a very targeted question is. Nathan, I think in this amendment there have been two things named. One is there is some data that we are seeking, so I would love to hear, is there data that has been asked for that we have yet to offer? So that's my targeted question to you. And then the second question is, you talked about delaying. We have already made a decision to delay from January to today. I remember when we made that decision to do that, to increase the amount of time we could engage in consultation, there were concerns about the impacts that would have downstream. So my second question to you, or whoever you think is right to address this, is what are the implications of delaying to May and potentially delaying beyond May?
No, thank you for those questions, and I really appreciate the board's thorough discussion, the perspectives, and the questions that are being asked. Specifically regarding data, all available data that exists on this topic has been shared. As was referenced in the presentation, CalGETC does not yet exist anywhere. It is a new GE framework that will first begin in 2025. When you looked at those two comparisons of CalGETC and CSU GE Breath, while there's some hyperbolic language about how wildly different these are, it really is only those 5 units and those 2 areas that are different. So that is the data that is provided, the difference between the two. For example, Area E, which Trustee Lopez spoke about extensively. Extensive data, that's what you found at your seat today. The other primary difference is in the humanities, 1 fewer lower division course. But what's also not reflected is those were only the lower division courses. There's yet an upper division humanities course that is also required and will be required for all students. So the data on those delta, the difference between CalGETC, what it will be, and what exists today has been provided. That's been the discussion, because that, particularly Area E, was such a salient part of the conversation, thus was the commitment in the written item that yes, there is a belief, as Trustee Lopez alluded to, that student success efforts broadly embedded in the curriculum. They don't have to be an individual course. We have many examples there where they're embedded in the major. All those things can be impactful, but that's not synonymous with Area E alone. So yes, all the data that exists has been provided. On the delay, there's several things I would say. Number one, the May board meeting will occur after the end of the academic year concluding. So in essence, it's not a 2-month delay. At minimum, it's a 6-month delay to get started on the broader work, because until the campuses resume work, our academic senate resumes work, that would all be on hiatus until September. So it's not just would be a 2-month delay in decision, but the impact is more significant than that. What I would say about the broader impact is that the underlying impetus for this legislation was centering students in this, their navigation, their credit mobility. It does send a conflicting message that we would have 2 patterns. And I'm not attributing this to anyone in the room today, but some of the voices yesterday expressed perspectives about our transfer students. Let me say clearly, transfer students are CSU students. And that's why it is so important to talk about this collectively, that we have uniform, unified, consistent expectations of our students. And so number one is the additive to the confusion that even pursuing two patterns might add. The other piece is the overhead. Curricular work, tremendous work, will have to occur on the transfer side and for the first-time student side if we pursue a unified pattern. Even if we begin this today, we would be duplicating work. We would have to go back to each of those academic programs to redetermine what those 4-year plans look like if that changed as well. So there's overhead in engaging faculty and staff and administrator time. There's additional duplication of the resources that we build to support students, their degree plans, and the tools and people that help support them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Seeing no other, I do see one other.
Yeah.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
I just actually a point of clarification. So it seems to me that given all of the tremendous amount of work and the years of effort and the collaboration that's taken place, the thoughtfulness that's taken place to get us to this point, And I am concerned maybe about a kind of a two pathway approach and maybe some equity related challenges that will go along with that are unforeseen at this time. I mean, it's clear that we could, as a board, and taking action on the original proposal today, and then as we got further in the year or the determination of time that we determine, we could get data back and certainly make another adjustment if it is not working to the degree that we expect. Is that not correct? I mean, we have the ability to continually refine this and move forward to ensure that it is meeting all of the intent. And because it really seems to me that this discussion has been going on for some time. We have to. You can't kick the can down the road any further. We have to be able to make an action on this and move this agenda a point forward so that we can address this. I mean, the presentations yesterday from the group from EAB, I mean, really indicates where higher education is going, and there are so many things that I think they're going to come before this board in the coming year or two or three that's going to require us to come back and reevaluate a number of the decisions that we've been making. So, I think at this point, by continuing to bifurcate this issue and separate it actually maybe puts us at a disadvantage as a system. And I just think we need to move forward.
Great. Did you have a question on whether we can come back to this too? If so, I wanted to make sure.
I just,
great.
Not a question.
Okay, great.
If I may, before we vote, Chair Rumble, I'd like to take just a moment to reframe our conversation of this matter. As we just heard from Trustee Giralducci, as was evident from our weighty agenda yesterday, and again today, our institution and the realm of higher education more broadly face significant near existential challenges. We've heard them loud and clear, the public's growing skepticism regarding the value of a college degree, population declines in the looming enrollment cliff that threaten college enrollment, and a severe state deficit imposing significant budget pressures, among others. At the same time, the CSU has wholeheartedly committed to action plans to transform our systems of care and compliance related to Title IX, and to ensure the respectful and timely repatriation of Native American ancestors and cultural items to our tribal partners. I'm getting to this. It will take all of our focus, our ingenuity, and yes, shared governance to face these challenges. And let me be clear, I want to thank Chair Steffel and AACSU that they have seen that we are committed to shared governance. Through decades of practice, we know that ethics don't work. But I will speak plainly here. Neither do years-long deliberations that invite or compel our legislature to intervene. We've learned the sweet spot. Our success in facing any challenge lies in the full, rich, inclusive exchange of ideas that lead to decisive and impactful actions that benefit all our students. And with this decision before us today, and the process that has led us to this point, I believe we have exemplified shared governance at its very best. In fact, as the former president of ASCU, who was privy to the operations of hundreds of institutions across the country, I don't hesitate when I say the CSU is a leader in this regard. I know there were some faculty that expressed their opinion that they were left out of the process. On the contrary, at no time in recent memory have we invited the Academic Senate to join staff in preparation, the writing of a board item as we did with the November presentation of this topic. In fact, we're glad to say Chair Steffel has participated in all three presentations. We purposely delayed today's decision from January to provide that ample time for discussion and consultation, even though it has heightened the implementation timeline for our campuses and the work that our campuses will need to do. We've provided responsive data, the data that we have. And as Dr. Evans and his team relayed, we've hosted 10 special meetings with our faculty partners on this very topic, in addition to their standing monthly AACSU meetings, which included board members and myself, with the goal of finding agreement. Did we find it? Not this time. Unfortunately, shared governance doesn't always mean agreement. But these rich conversations with AACSU and CSSA were fruitful, directly leading to the shared commitments that were presented to analyze, to regularly review, and expand first-year experience courses that will improve our service to all, every single one of our students. I truly believe in those first-year experience courses for everybody, not just some. We deeply appreciate these conversations and look forward to continued collaboration as we implement the bill, which we must do by fall 2025. This has certainly been a difficult topic that has consumed many meetings and discussions that at times has taken us deep into the weeds. Let's get out of the weeds for a moment and let's go back to remember the CSU's mission and allow our mission to reset our perspective. The success, sustainability, and continued growth of our institution depends on our ability to recruit, serve, and guide our students through our universities, to remove barriers that sometimes we put in their way, and provide clear and direct pathways to a degree and a fulfilling profession. For us and for me, I believe a single GE pattern for all CSU students achieves that goal, and it advances our mission of student success for all. Thanks.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. Trustee Vargas.
Thank you for that, Chancellor. That was clarifying in multiple ways. I just wanted to note what Diana mentioned. And I heard what you said about the process that's been undertaken, the sessions that's been had, but this perception, this disconnection, right? And I think this is a larger issue because like you, I don't know about all my other trustee members, but I went down the rabbit hole last night following the EAB presentation in my hotel room, went down the rabbit hole looking at all of that over again. We have really tough decisions to make in these next few years. And I think figuring out the dynamic of the process of hearing from faculty, hearing from staff, hearing from students, the ones that we have that are in our system and the ones that we want to recruit, figuring out how to not modify, but how do we strengthen that relationship outside of the open public comment, which can get very animated in more ways than one. Yesterday, there was that one student that I wish I had gone up to her after she said it, right? She said that she wants a mutual understanding between the students and the board. She said it in a very civilized, very, I thought, genuine way. And I think we have to find a way to do that. Because these hard questions that we are entrusted as trustees to make hard decisions. And I know for me, I can't do that without making sure that that mutual understanding is, we may not agree, but we have to mutually understand what's in front of us and the decisions that have to be made.
Okay, I'm going to take us back into the weeds. We are considering an amendment on the proposal that is in front of us. That amendment would bifurcate and create two. I think we are done with questions and comments.
Wait, could I just add a little bit of, sorry, Chair Rumble, I know I don't have a name tag to put up, so is it?
But I think this is reserved, Chair Steffel, for members of the board to contribute. If someone had asked a direct question, as I did to Nathan, then I think yes. But at this moment, I think the board has spoken and we are ready to move with a vote from only members of the Education Policy Committee on the amendment that Trustee Yee Melikar offered. Okay. Ms. Corral, please take the roll.
Trustee Arambula.
On the amendment offered by Trustee Yee Melikar to bifurcate, I vote no.
Trustee Steinhauser.
No.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Trustee Clark.
No.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
I have to vote no on this. Thanks.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
No.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
No.
Trustee Vargas.
No.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
No.
Chancellor Garcia.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. We are now back to the primary piece. I had three speakers lined up: Trustee Gilbert Lurie, Trustee Clark, Trustee Steinhauser. And then I see Trustee Aguilar Cruz. If you would like to be added to that list, please let me know.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to weed out comments of what's been said, because I think the Chancellor and everyone else who has spoken has been so clear. But I think a few nuances I'd like to make and a couple questions. First, I do want to thank Chair Steffel and the Academic Senate and Vice Chancellor Evans sorry, I always get titles a little off, but you know what I mean. Because I really appreciate the thought that's gone into all of this. And, you know, sometimes I hear this and we're all right from the lens that we're looking at it. But it does seem that, and I think there's a getting to yes down the road. I mean, I am very supportive of this unified approach after listening and digesting everything, because I truly believe that in 5 years, we're all going to look back and not think that this was a mistake. We're all going to think our system is stronger as a result of that. And with everything that I've heard, even from you, Chair Steffel, it doesn't cause me to not think that, as hard as I've tried to look at this through your lens. I think the conversation has led to good. When I hear the shared commitments that have come from the Chancellor's office in terms of the impact analysis, in terms of the ongoing 5-year review, which hasn't taken place in 40 years, and a commitment to weaving in more first-year experiences, those are not things we've had, and those are things that clearly have come from having this conversation. So, you know, in all of the conversation, we're better as a result. But I love the idea, you know, I keep coming back to collaboration, simplicity, effectiveness, and a unified GE is clearer, more consistent, and it does feel more equitable, even in terms of we're fighting for transfer students. We have a decline in transfer students. The UC has an increase in transfer students. I don't want transfer students to think the UC is a better alternative because they are looked at the same as every other student there and not within our system. And so to me, this is an important, clear message for us to send, that we value all our students. We think they all have the same potential. We want them all to get the same start. And in terms of the values, Claire Steffel, that you talked about coming out of those e-courses that you think it's critical for students to have, those cannot come out of any one course. We all know a student can check out of any one course. They could have a bad semester. We need to infuse those values. I mean, that is what everything that you named and articulated to me is what a 4-year education at the CSU means. And that spirit and those values have to be infused throughout the 4 years. And I also think that, you know, I want to make sure that in terms of infusing the first-year experiences into the curriculum, that be ready to go in 2025, so that there's not a gap when we you know, have this unified curriculum, that we're making sure those courses are available. Again, I'm just not clear on the impact to students. They still have the same 120 units. I'm not clear, and I would be interested if you just wanted to answer that question. And I guess I'll make this, I have two questions, and either side can answer, but I'm assuming that I want to hear about the cost of a lab requirement, and I'm assuming that students will still have a full access to language and any language they would need for a, travel abroad, amongst other things. So if you could just speak to that, those were the two questions I'm left with. Thank you.
Why don't we start now, Chair Steffel, with a question that's directly been posed. Thank you. So 2 questions posed. Feel free to speak to it. And then, Nathan, if you have things to add, please do.
Yeah, so the cost is exactly what we're asking for. So we don't know. We don't know what the cost of the lab courses would be. And sorry, what was the other question about the offering of course? Sorry, the offering of courses. Sorry, I got there.
The language courses.
Yeah, we don't know what the lab courses discretely would cost. That was one of our requests for information, because that's one of the ways that we see that this change may actually make things more resource intensive than what they are now. And in terms of the language courses, as I had said in my remarks, things that aren't required, don't necessarily get offered. So there's, with this change, it would be a 50% reduction in languages other than English in general education. So that's a question to be determined, but I would, we could speculate on the likely outcome for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That answers my question. And I do want to come back to the broader conversation of any fracture in our relationship with students, because I think we have been making information based on the best data we have available. But I think if we're not communicating that well, we need to come back to that conversation.
And just to close the loop, if there's anything to add, Nathan, on the previous question.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. Maybe just very briefly, in our existing science requirement is a laboratory component. So currently it is 6 units, but one of those courses does require a laboratory component, meaning that the use of a lab facilities is already undertaken to satisfy that requirement. What would be different in the alignment is that students would get credit for that as a separate course unit. It would become a 7-unit requirement in totality, which in our analysis of 1 year's data and looking at students, about 3/4 of our students already take a 7-unit combination. So it's a nominal change, but the more expensive portion of that, the lab component, is already something that students are enrolled in and are completing and factored into institution costs.
Thank you. Okay, moving down the line, Trustee Clark.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm convinced I'm going to vote for unification, but I want to make it clear that this was not an easy decision for me. One, I want to compliment you, Nathan, and your staff on putting together really good materials for us to review. The table that you put together, which shows the chronology of what's happened in this process, was extremely useful to me. And it did show something that to me is really, really important, and that is shared governance. There was one part of the materials that I will just slightly disagree with. It was under background, and it said, while faculty leaders help guide academic policy, implementation of Cal GETSI and CSU in the CSU ultimately falls under the board's authority by virtue of adopting the administrative regulations. Now, that's literally true, but I didn't like the word help guide. I think the faculty is primarily responsible for the curriculum of the university. And so I looked at it through that lens. And the materials you showed did convinced me that the faculty has been engaged throughout this process. And Dr. Steffel, I want to say I truly appreciate your presentation today. And I appreciate the presentation of the faculty yesterday. And you made a point, and I could go into a long conversation with this, but I'm not going to do it today. But you made a point that was made yesterday. And one of the points was that at Cal State Northridge, CSU Northridge, there's a college skills course, which led to a substantial difference in Black student outcomes. I will say generally, if I thought my vote would decrease the outcomes or adversely affect the outcomes of any historically disadvantaged group in this university, I would vote no. But I don't believe that's the case. And I'll use the African American students as an example. Just this past year, this entire university created a program that's focusing on Black student success. And in fact, this coming June, for the second time in the history of this university, there's going to be the CSU Juneteenth Symposium at CSU Sacramento, Cal State, Sac State, which I plan on attend, assuming I don't break something else. My point in raising that in the grand universe of everything that's CSU, that small point, is that I fully believe that our presidents, in conjunction with the faculty, can solve whatever problems come up as a result of unification. And my last point is this, and it was raised earlier, but I want to emphasize it. I am concerned that if we have one path for community college transfers and one path for those students who begin with us, that there might be a feeling of inequity. And I could go on a long time about this, but I'm not today. The term equitable has been used many times in this session. To me, equitable is not one thing. Sometimes to create equity, we have to work differently with different populations. In this situation, though, I think that there's a real possibility of saying, if you go to a California community college, you have to do this. But if you start with us, you have to do this. And I am concerned about the inferences that might be drawn from that. So as a result of being convinced that there has been shared governance for this process and being concerned about the possibility of unforeseen opinions being drawn from a two-tier system, as well as the assurance that was made that data will be collected so that if we see we're going down the wrong path, we can self-correct. For all those reasons, I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Thank you. And I looked at this a little differently. So but before I make my comments, I do want to say something else. I want to thank the team and all the viewpoints that we heard yesterday, because it's really important to hear divergent viewpoints. As many of you know, I was a K-12 superintendent for 18 years. And the majority of our young people who come to our system are first-gen students. I was a first-gen student. When I went to Long Beach City College, I was given a paper that said, these are the courses that you need to take to get out of this place in 2 years so you can transfer to Cal State Long Beach. I took 61 credits, 60 transferred. I was able to get out in 4 years. You know, it's amazing, you know. But I had a great counselor who said, this is what you need to do. I'm looking at this from the viewpoint of our users, our students and their families. We did unbelievable outreach to our 100,000 students when I became superintendent, but there were all these different rules, all these different pathways. What I love about this, I can give them a paper and say, this is what it takes. This is what it, and that goes to that equity issue that you talked about. Will we have problems? Yes. Will we have issues? Yes. Can we revisit things? Absolutely. The only plea that I have, again, coming from those users, because so many of them are multilingual, they're poor. I mean, just to get to the university is an issue. Here in Long Beach, it could take you an hour and a half with like 4 different bus transfers, okay? So I hope that we will communicate, if this is passed, what this is, what it means, and how we're going to go forth. So thank you, because I see this as not a compliance issue with the law, but it taking it to the next step of excellence.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz.
Thank you. So I want to start by saying that this has been an incredible, difficult decision for me, and I keep going back and forth, and I hear everyone's points of views, and I keep going back and forth in my head. With that being said, I also have some questions, and this is in particular with the slide number 12. So when you talk about first-year experiences and the involvement with academic leaders to institute, I'm sorry, I cannot read today, but the first-year experience, right? Could you please elaborate a little bit on what are some of the foreseeable ideas? I know that the work has not been yet done, but what are some ideas of how you would ensure that students still get this opportunity?
No, thank you so much for the question, Trustee Aguilar Cruz. I think, there are many, as you looked at the data that was shared with all the trustees, and this is similar data that was provided to CSSA and ASCSU, there's a wide variety. First, and as we've talked about in Area E, and a subset of those courses are what we would often describe as first-year experience courses. That it may not be an explicitly trademarked concept, but it's something that's been around for 40 years. Actually, the University of South Carolina has a research and resource center dedicated to this to support colleges and universities across the country. What we also see in some of our campuses is they have been creative in embedding those experiences within the major so that it is a first-year experience for students in health and human services. So it is both meeting a major requirement and giving them exposure. And I think it will be working through ASCSU, working through our deans of undergraduate studies, for example, and connecting to programs that are exemplar models like EOP that embed this. And so it really is elevating those examples that we have across the CSU today to learn from those. Where can that almost double dipping where students can get the benefit of a major course but infuse that, and we want to elevate, number one, and showcase that and share those, and then also talk about strategies to get students enrolled in those programs. There are many across our own campuses and others that do block scheduling of first-year students so that it's an expected part of their first-year course pattern. And so anyway, I think it really will be soliciting the amazing examples that our faculty lead already in our campuses, learning from that, and then determining the ways that can be deployed across the CSU.
Okay, thank you so much for that. The reason why I ask is because throughout these past couple of months, I keep hearing, well, the courses are still going to be available for students, which they are, and students will still be able to take them. However, from the standpoint of first-generation college students who don't necessarily know how to navigate the system and not necessarily know that they have that opportunity to take those specific courses for their development, I think it's important that maybe incorporate it in their orientations and tell them, here are all the courses you can take. You have the choice, basically making the healthy choice the easy choice. And to my second question is in regards to the impact analysis. So can you elaborate on what will happen, or what are we proposing in the board when the data comes? What are we going to do with the data? What will be some of the next steps? Do we know? Or?
So,
Yeah, to whom are you?
To anybody who could answer the question.
Okay, great. Nathan, why don't you take us?
I wasn't sure if you were actually going to take that as chair of the Committee on Educational Policy. So I think it would, what is envisioned, there are some examples when it says some metrics will include but are not limited to, looking at everything from retention to time to degree, and looking at that for disaggregated on as many different ways as possible. In the same way that we bring back data on graduation initiative, for example, we brought back data on financial aid, and that is then impacting both, in this case, Title V conversations, but also policy discussions that stem from that. So I think it will be presented in the same way to the Committee on Educational Policy, that we bring those other metrics that the board revisits on a periodic basis. And I would defer to Trustee Arambula as chair of the Committee on Educational Policy at this moment to maybe think about what that also might look like.
I doubt I will be chair 5 years from now when we're looking at this again. I think in general, though, Diana, to this question, my hope is that we as a board are actually getting better and better at when we pass new policies, consequential policies, that we put in place oversight and we come back to review it. And so I see this as a beautiful example that through shared governance, we heard the need to do this. We've incorporated it directly into the policy so that when we come back, that we don't just pass this and then move on to the next important consequential thing, because we will have those at every board meeting from here until forever. And so this feels like cementing the need to really look at what are the impacts on students, what are other impacts that we may not have foreseen, and really making sure that we pull back together as a unit to then look at it and decide anew where we want to go with that new understanding.
Thank you so much for that. And I think just to follow, I'm sorry, I do have a lot of questions. Just to follow, so I know it's going to be data collected through the period of 5 years. How often are we going to get presented the data? Could we make a commitment that we come maybe every 6 months with whatever we find, or every 1 year with whatever we find to this board? Because to the other point that Trustee Gallarducci brought of maybe bringing it in the future in case this is actually affecting students and we actually see a trend where it's affecting students, that the board can also revert it or talk about it again, because my concern is if we don't see the data within an appropriate, timely manner, we might not even know that there's an issue, and we won't be able to do any changes.
So I appreciate that question, and I think in making a commitment on behalf of our division, yes, I think this is something we'll be looking at. Again, the first students wouldn't be exposed to this curriculum or this sort of curricular framework until 2025. So we're looking years after that. But what I would share, and I don't want to get ahead of my colleague DVC Perez, but as we're re-envisioning the next iteration of Student Success and Graduation Initiative and the different ways that we measure student success, sort of alluding to some of what Trustee Lopez referenced, I think a number of these factors will be embedded in those conversations as well. Everything looking from year-to-year retention, the courses and curriculum that students took. So that's, I think, part of the coming conversation about redefining what student success looks like for the CSU going forward.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Chair Fong.
I just want to thank the team, the Academic Senate. Thank you so much for allowing us to sit in on your Academic Senate plenaries, to be able to listen to you with each of your meetings. And it comes down to me to this. I mean, we've heard from so many of our colleagues over the past 3 meetings. And for me, it comes down to equity, effectiveness, to eliminate confusion, cost to our students, to extend their time to degree. And students still can take these courses if they wish to. And our intent, the intent of this, is to simplify the pathway.
Yeah, Trustee Molina Mancio.
Just a question for AVC Evans. If we can further disaggregate the data by race and ethnicity as well, other than just 2-year and 4-year rates?
Yes, absolutely. In the full board item, it does speak to fully disaggregated data by race and ethnicity, by by first in family to go to college status, and a variety of other disaggregated metrics. So that is in the written portion, yes.
Thank you. And then my second comment is just, I'm for this change. Both my sisters were transfer students to the CSU. Thank you to President Teniente Mattson. My sister graduated from San Jose, and I was able to be there at her graduation, but I was the first in my family to go straight to the 4-year. And I think this will simplify the pattern for both. It's about equity. It took my sisters some time before they were able to transfer, and then once they were able to transfer, it even took them additional time, and it was a lot easier for me. So just simplifying this is going to be great. Secondly, I want to echo the comments of Trustee Antonio Vargas's our communication with our stakeholders, not just with our students, but with our faculty as well, I think we need to do better. I think we're heading in the right direction, and I was delighted to hear when Chair Fong shared with me that she'll be at Channel Islands with our chancellor. I think that's a great first step, but we also need to make the effort to communicate with our students and our stakeholders of the decisions we're making so that everyone understands these are hard decisions, right? We don't all have to agree, but we all have to at least understand what we're facing. And I think the CSU is unique and we're trailblazers in a lot of areas, but let's continue to be trailblazers and let's continue to set the standard and incorporate our stakeholders through shared governance, but also in communication, right? Using Instagram Reels, using innovative communication methods, TikTok, right? A lot of different ways, but just furthering that communication aspect, not so that we can all agree on the decisions that will be made, but just so that we can all understand and come to an understanding that, hey, we get it, these things are hard, but at least we all understand and we all have the facts.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will take the last second to say I've spoken on this before. I remain in support of a unified, simplified pathway. I believe it to be in the best interest of students. And I'm excited that we are committed to coming back to this collectively as a board if the Education Policy Committee and then as a full plenary we vote in support. With that, Ms. Quarles, I'll turn it over to you for a roll call vote of the Education Policy Committee members on the full proposal that's in front of us.
Great, thank you. For item 4, Trustee Arambula.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Manciel.
Yes.
Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Yi Melikar.
Abstain.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
With that, Chair Fong, 2 months, 1 hour, and 15 minutes late, the Education Policy Committee concludes its business.
Thank you very much, Trustee Arambula. We are going to take a short break. We are running long. We are going to come back at 11:55, and we will resume with UFP. Thank you.
Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public four-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public four-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public four-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio.
Welcome back. Trustee Adamson, will you please convene the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel please come to order? Before we proceed with the consent agenda, please note that action items number 6 and 10, executive compensation issues, have been removed from the decision agenda and will not be presented at this time. Additionally, we will be making an order change, but I'll announce that as we move on. There are 4 items on the consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? Hearing none, then we will proceed to a roll call vote for the approval of the consent agenda. Ms. Corral, please take the roll call vote.
Thank you. Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz. Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory. Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Simon.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
This time, I will ask the committee to please focus. We are going to move to item number 11 first. Item number 11 first. Item 11 is an informational item providing an update on civil rights, Title IX, and other non-discrimination programs and services. The item will be presented by Leora Friedman, Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. Leora, please.
Thank you, Trustee
There she is, over there.
I'm here, yes. This is the 4th report to this committee regarding the status and progress of the work being undertaken at the Chancellor's Office and on our campuses to strengthen our civil rights programs and services across the CSU. I am very pleased to introduce our Associate Vice Chancellor for Civil Rights Programs and Services, Haley Schwarzkopf, sitting here on my left.
Welcome.
Haley began her appointment with the CSU on February 19th, and she hit the ground running. Her impact in our division has already been felt as she establishes priorities for the Civil Rights Unit, meets with CSU constituents, strategizes on campus implementation plans, and continues our work with the Division of Audit and Advisory Services to ensure that we're on track to fulfill the responses that are due to the California State Auditor in July and beyond. All of this in 6 weeks. We are thrilled to have Haley on our team, and Haley will provide the rest of the report to the board today. Take it away, Haley.
All right, thank you, Leora, and good morning. It's still morning. I have 1 more minute. To the members of the Board of Trustees, I am honored to provide this update to you today, all about the work that has been accomplished since our last report in January. All references in the update today are to the assessments completed by Cozen O'Connor and the California State Auditor in July 2023. The history and the background of these assessments has been provided in prior reports, so for the sake of brevity today, I'm not going to repeat those here. However, for anyone new joining in today, the definitions of many of the terms that are going to be referenced in this report can be found in the CSU non-discrimination policy. Both the policy and the assessments are linked on the CSU Commitment to Change website, which is also available from the homepage, the CSU homepage at calstate.edu. Overall, there have been more than 150 recommendations from the Cozen O'Connor and the California State Auditor reports. They fall into 5 general categories. The first is building the Chancellor's Office infrastructure and standardizing oversight protocol. The second is establishing our system-wide standards. The third is supporting university-level implementation teams. Fourth is increasing oversight of university Title IX and DHR programs. And fifth is our other key initiatives. That encompasses a set of long-term or ongoing projects, such as our unified case management system. So for today, we're going to cover and highlight a few of these. The first is related to the communication strategy that we've begun to develop related to our civil rights work. The second is an overview of the system-wide director search and recruitment, as well as an update on the continued work of our system-wide directors. Third is a description of the campus guidance that we continue to create and issue. Fourth is an update on the campus-specific implementation plans that have been submitted for review and feedback and approval from the Chancellor's Office. And then finally, an update on our key initiatives and other critical work that's being done in partnership with our civil rights team. So, with respect to Category 1, our Strategic Communications Plan, I'm excited to report that in collaboration with our new Vice Chancellor of External Relations and Communications, Greg Sachs, we are developing a comprehensive communication strategy for our civil rights initiatives. We will be taking a proactive approach to communicating CSU's values to our community, explaining the services we provide and how we hold ourselves accountable, and developing communication protocols and guidance for our campuses. We have seen the media frequently contacting our different campuses separately, and it's important that we establish protocols for how to respond to these individual requests in a consistent manner. Additional communications goals for the team include building trust back within our campus communities. This includes our students, our employees, and our greatest campus communities, including the communities that we serve. Overall, our aim is to bring the focus back to honoring the humanity of the parties who've been impacted by these cases and situations, working through a trauma-informed lens and a culture of care. Secondly, we have our recruitment efforts. So our recruitment is underway for the hire of 3 system-wide directors, 5 civil rights attorneys, and 2 administrative support team members. We've been actively interviewing finalists for several of these positions for our system-wide directors and our civil rights attorneys, and we hope to share good news with the committee during our next meeting. I do want to reiterate that these positions are very, very difficult to fill. We're not only looking for individuals who possess subject matter expertise in these areas, but also team members who possess excellent leadership skills and who will bring the culture of care and a trauma-informed approach to the work that we do. So with respect to the second category, establishing system-wide standards, there's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done in this area. One of our first priorities has been to develop written guidance documents designed to bring clarity and consistency to the campus responses to discrimination and harassment complaints. There are 11 specific categories of guidance that have to be issued by July 2024 in order to meet the requirements of the state audit report. So the civil rights team has worked hard to streamline our project plan to bring focus to these particular areas. We expect that all 11 areas of guidance will be issued and distributed to our universities by July 2024. However, we also understand that the California State Auditor will not deem all of these recommendations fully implemented or complete until the CSU takes certain additional steps. For example, with respect to recommendation 14, that is with respect to our compliance review protocols, we anticipate that we're going to issue that guidance by July 2024. However, the auditor will not mark that complete until we actually undergo at least one full cycle of compliance reviews. Those compliance reviews are anticipated to begin in fall 2024. And so in the summer, in July, we might get a partially implemented recommendation until that first cycle is all the way complete. Since our last report in January, I'm very pleased to announce that the California State Auditor has determined that the first audit recommendation related to initial case assessments has been fully implemented. This was not due until July 2024, and it was the tremendous work of the team that got that fully implemented status. We continue to make strong progress on the other recommendations. With respect to the recommendation on data tracking, our annual survey report questions were distributed to all Title IX coordinators, DHR administrators, and their supervisors on March 11th. And this will ensure that our campuses are tracking that required data in preparation for the annual survey that they have to complete in October, aligned with our non-discrimination policy. We also have a document that is almost finalized and ready to issue related to our documentation and record-keeping protocols. We also have another recommendation on corrective and disciplinary guidance. We have a first draft completed, and we anticipate that that one will be issued by mid-April. With respect to all of this guidance that we are issuing, it's been really important to the team that we establish a protocol for where it's all going to be maintained. We know that people and positions change over time, and we can't rely on memories or emails in order for that data to be retrieved. And so we created a specific civil rights SharePoint site. This is an internal site where our Title IX coordinators and DHR administrators and their staff can access all of the guidance that has been issued. In the future, as we update that guidance, it will also be a centralized repository where they can see those prior iterations and the most up-to-date guidance. We are also close to finalizing our guidance on other conduct of concern. You may recall that other conduct of concern is they're violations that don't necessarily violate the non-discrimination policy, but it's conduct that otherwise causes harm to our campus communities and that needs to be addressed by our university campuses. We had anticipated that we were going to be able to share that guidance with the board today, but we've determined that we needed more time to refine that language and discuss it with other campus constituencies, including our Chancellor's Office Civil Rights Oversight Committee. We recognize that training our supervisors, managers, and other key leadership employees are going to be critical to the success of this guidance and are already beginning this important process. We recently provided a training to the AVPs of HR and Faculty Affairs at their spring meeting. The meeting included excellent conversation and analysis of hypotheticals of conduct that could cause harm to our campus communities, even when it doesn't violate our non-discrimination policy. This provided us with excellent opportunity to receive feedback about how we can make this training even more impactful and robust for future training audiences at the campus level, including our deans, associate deans, department chairs, and other personnel. And then finally, the employment policies governing administrator employees' option to retreat and employee references are high priorities, and they're both on the March agenda for the board's approval. Our third category is supporting university-level implementation teams. The university implementation teams have all submitted a draft implementation plan to the Chancellor's Office for review. The Civil Rights team is in the process of presenting these reports to the Chancellor. Each university, upon approval, each university will complete a final report that will be posted online. And we anticipate that those final reports will be completed in the summer. Okay. With respect to Category 4, increasing oversight of our university Title IX and DHR programs, we currently have 4 system-wide directors who provide day-to-day oversight and guidance to our campuses. 2 of these system-wide directors are serving in a temporary capacity, while the recruitment for the 3 other directors is underway. The system-wide directors have already been actively and frequently engaged with the campuses to whom they are assigned. The work includes supporting our campuses with complex case management, guidance on providing supportive measures, safety planning, initial determinations, reviewing notices and investigation reports, and also supporting the hearing process. The system-wide directors are also supporting the ongoing work of our campus implementation teams. They're also serving on the recruitment for all of the other system-wide directors, our civil rights attorneys, and support team members. One of them is serving as the Title IX and DHR administrator for the Chancellor's Office. One of them is overseeing all of our hearing, all of the hearing process for our different campuses. And so they each bring a high level of work and subject matter expertise, and we rely on them to support our campuses day to day. During this period of transition for both the Chancellor's Office and our university campuses, our system-wide directors are also keeping track of the types of issues and questions that they're receiving, again, so that we can make sure that we are providing consistency across our different university campuses as issues arise. And then with respect to implementation category 5, leading other key initiatives. Our key highlight in this category is with respect to a Title VI presentation on race and national origin discrimination that was given by Ruth Jones, our University Council on Civil Rights, at a recent meeting with our university presidents. Ruth also has given the same presentation to other units and has scheduled upcoming presentations with several campuses. She's partnering with our system-wide director for each university campus in giving these presentations. Finally, we are also making progress towards securing a unified case management system, and we're working on sharing information that we are compiling, requirements gathering with a larger group of stakeholders. So with that, we have a lot of work ahead, and we are excited to move forward together as we undertake these efforts on behalf of our students, faculty, and employees. We believe that we are forging a path that many other institutions will follow. We welcome the opportunity to set new standards for excellence as we reinforce the unique values of the CSU. Thank you, Trustee Adamson. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Haley. Vice Chancellor Friedman, anything further?
No, we happy to answer any questions.
Yes, this is an information item. Are there any questions or comments? Trustee Furstenberg?
First of all, want to welcome you, Haley, to the table, and thank you both for this report. I think this is really encouraging. I know there's a lot of work ahead, but we had to get organized, and clearly you've done that, and I thank you very much and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Same.
Any other questions, comments? Trustee Kimbell.
Hello. I look forward to working with you, Haley. I'm on the Civil Rights Oversight Chancellor's Committee along with Trustee Lori. And I would just ask that there continue to be more clarification at the campus level. I've visited a couple of campuses, and I still think it's early days, but there is still some confusion as to what the processes are going to be and what the oversight advisors will be doing, what their roles are. So I look forward to, some more clarification about that. Thank you.
Trustee Fagan.
I want to add my welcome from all of us. I don't think, one thing I want to reiterate is our commitment to resolving all the issues that have come to light over the last couple of years. And I'm sure you're aware of how important this is, how committed we all are to resolving all these things. But I wanted to make sure that was just reiterated in public to clarify that for whatever. If you could in future reports, if you have data numbers on kind of the number of reports that have been resolved or unresolved, but can give us a picture of how you're succeeding in resolving all these things that we've seen as best you can. It's never going to be perfect, obviously, but if you can provide us some of that stuff in the future, so we can be reassured and reassure all our campuses and the people who are on those campuses that we really are working as hard as we promised and really care about this stuff, and it will be changed. It is being changed, and you're succeeding in making it change. So welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Fagan, and we will see that data comes to all of us. We're really in the building the infrastructure right now, so you don't get a lot of that yet, but you will as a result of the infrastructure being put in place. Trustee Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of what you just said, I don't really want to say anything other than welcome. We really appreciate your help. And Trustee Adamson, you really caught the gist of what I was going to say. The concern I have is that we could be going into times of really diminishing resources, and this is the sort of thing that historically has gotten shoved to the bottom of the list. So your sentiments, I just endorse wholeheartedly.
Chair Fong.
I just want to welcome you, Haley, to the CSU team. We're so grateful for you taking on this very difficult position, and to, of course, Leora Friedman for your continued work on this. One thing that I would like to happen in that those trustees who went with us to Sacramento for Advocacy Day, we heard from so many of our legislators in the meetings that we need to make certain we communicate this information to them. So I'm asking that Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs, Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich, and Patrick Lentz, we must have this communicated to let them know the work that we are doing. It is critical because of the deserved criticism that we received, but that we have been telling them as trustees that we are committed to this, that we're doing the work, but they actually need to get the specifics. So thank you.
Trustee Gilbert-Lorry.
Thank you. I also want to add my welcome and congratulations, and looking forward to working with you on the Oversight Committee. And I just wanted to share with the board that the Oversight Committee has been in the process of, under the superb leadership of Dilcy Perez and working with the presidents, we've been working to identify what information we need to inform our discussions, because our last meeting, if we're calling ourselves an oversight committee, we need to be overseeing something and not just, hearing data points. So we're trying to figure out how to be an effective oversight committee. I know our next two meetings are going to be focused on reviewing the action plans that are going to the system-wide action plans and the communication plan, which should be, a very important conversation. But we're looking forward to feeling like we're able to support and have an impact on this really important project.
Thank you. Trustee Arambula.
Welcome. You're 6 weeks in. My comments follow exactly this. So some of this, Haley, is to you, but I think some of this, thank you so much, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, Trustee Kimbell, for serving on the Oversight Committee. There is a way in which we can communicate this externally and to ourselves that is so complicated that it's not helpful for us in an oversight capacity. I would say the same is true externally. So we need to be very careful that what we aren't doing is saying, here are the 700 things we've been doing. At the same time, there's a way to make this so simplistic that it also isn't particularly helpful. I think we are navigating our way into and through this. So, Doug, as you talk about the need for more data, I think that's right. But I might even go so far as to say, if we had a clear picture of where are we trying to get to in a year, and we all could just state that around these 5, even getting the clarity that you all have done to say, out of these 2 reports that were jarring but critical, we've narrowed it down to 5 focus areas. Within those 5 in a year, we're trying to get these 6 things done in each one of those. And then every time we come back, here are the 6, remember, these are the 6 things we're running at within those 5. Here's what we've been doing there. I think that's, so I guess I'm saying this as much, Haley, to you as I'm saying to our amazing trustees on this. I think at an oversight level, we can get there. And I'll say this again, because I said it at the last one, what Vlad puts together out of the audit committee, where he is able to take what is a tremendous amount of work and boil it down to 1 page that's color-coded, I think is the simplicity on the other side of complexity here that allows us to have deep confidence that we're getting there. I know we're creeping closer. I know you're only 6 weeks in, but so I have confidence that we're getting there, and I appreciate that all of us are looking for that.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. I think that's very helpful in our thoughts. We were thinking in the form of scorecards being able to be produced that would be beneficial to be used versus narrative, voluminous narrative, but having scorecards with measures on them would be ultimately something we'd love to have in place. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, then we will now move back to item number 5 on your agenda. Item 5, providing executive compensation for the president of California State University, Stanislaus. This item will be presented by Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. As Chair Fong announced early this morning, Dr. Britt Rios Ellis has accepted the position of President of California State University Stanislaus, and I couldn't be more pleased. Dr. Rios Ellis brings to the Stanislaus State Presidency a long-standing and demonstrated track record of enhancing the student experience, supporting faculty excellence, and engaging the broader community to advance her institution's educational mission. During her tenure as provost and executive vice president for academic affairs at Rochester's Michigan's Oakland University, she has developed a well-earned reputation for driving student success with a focus on educational equity. In fact, Dr. Rios Ellis' vision, leadership, and innovations in academic programming and student support helped result in an 8% increase in the retention of underrepresented students in just her first year of service at Oakland. Other highlights of her tenure include spearheading the university's successful fundraising and budget realignment efforts and leading an initiative to secure a Carnegie elective classification for community engagement. As Chair Fong noted, Dr. Rios Ellis' appointment marks her return to the CSU. Prior to her current role, she served as founding dean of the College of Health Services and Human Services at CSU Monterey Bay from 2014 to 2020, where she led strategic planning efforts and co-founded the Master of Science Physician Assistance Program, the first of its kind across the CSU. Prior to her tenure at Monterey Bay, Dr. Rios Ellis served at Cal State Long Beach as a faculty member in the Department of Health Science for 2 decades. During that time, she was also the founding director of the University Center for Latino Community Health, Evaluation, and Leadership Training, working to promote and advocate for the health, culture, and well-being of diverse communities. While at Cal State Long Beach, Dr. Rios Ellis was honored with the Outstanding Professor Award for her significant impact on Latinx health research and education, and was also named Woman of the Year by the National Hispanic Business Women's Association. Dr. Rios Ellis earned her bachelor's degree in political science and Spanish, a master's degree in health and fitness management, and a PhD in community health, all from the University of Oregon. I congratulate Dr. Rios Ellis, and I have every confidence that Stanislaus State and the CSU will long benefit from her visionary, collaborative, equity-centered, and student-focused leadership. I also want to echo Chair Fang in offering my heartfelt gratitude and very deep appreciation to Dr. Borrego for our highly skilled and highly principled leadership of the university. Dr. Borrego, I am pleased that you will continue your role until Dr. Rios Ellis begins her tenure on July 1st, and I look forward to more appropriately celebrating your service at a later date. Now, on to committee business. I recommend that Dr. Britt Rios Ellis, as the next president of Stanislaus State, receive an annual salary of $370,319 effective July 1st, 2024. Additionally, because Stanislaus State does not have an official university residence for the president, I also recommend that Dr. Rios Ellis receive an annual housing allowance of $50,000. This represents no change to the salary and the housing allowance received by the former president. In accordance with existing policy, a monthly auto allowance of $1,000 and standard benefits for executive classified employees are provided. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of the compensation for the president of Stanislaus State as published in the item before you. Trustee Adamson, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia, for your presentation. Approval of the executive compensation for the president of California State University Stanislaus is an action item before our committee. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
May I have a second? Thank you. Is there any discussion or comments? Hearing none, Ms. Corral, please take a roll call vote.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory. Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Simon.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
One more time for Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. This item is approved. The next item on our agenda is item number 7. And this is an action item providing executive compensation for the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer. There is a revised write-up that was distributed to you all. Chancellor Garcia, would you please present this?
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. After consultation with Chair Fong, I am recommending approval of a 10% temporary salary increase for Steve Relier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, for the period of December 30th, 2023 through February 11th, 2024. As the board is aware, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier provided leadership and general oversight to the Division of External Relations and Communications from the time the administrator in charge retired in December 2023 until the new Vice Chancellor of External Relations Communications assumed the role last month. Executive Vice Chancellor Relier provided much needed leadership, wise counsel, and comprehensive support to the division during a critical time, which included, among other important matters, the recent contract negotiations that required effective and timely communications with our community, with the media, elected officials, and other key stakeholders, both during and after the conclusion of the challenging bargaining process. The CSU benefits greatly from, and I deeply value, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier's counsel and unparalleled knowledge and understanding of the university system, as well as his demonstrated willingness to assume additional responsibilities on a moment's notice. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of a temporary salary increase of 10% for Executive Vice Chancellor Steve Relier as published in Agenda Item 7. Trustee Adamson, that concludes my presentation. Gracias.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. Approval of the executive compensation for the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion? I get paid by the word, and you're taking away my lines.
I'll
here.
second.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions from the board? None appearing. There is a motion and a second to approve this item. Only committee members may vote. Ms. Curl, please take a roll call vote.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar-Cruz.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yeah.
Trustee Kimball. Yes. Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Simon.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The item passes.
Thank you, Ms. Coral. This item is approved. We will move on to item number 8. This is an information item providing a compensation policy update. The item will be presented by Leora Friedman, Vice Chancellor for Human Resources. Leora?
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. With this information item, item 8, and the next information item, item 9, Chancellor's Office staff is recommending revisions to the 2019 Board of Trustees Policy on Compensation and the 2020 Board of Trustees Policies and Procedures for review of presidents. In this report, I will refer to these policies as the compensation policy and the presidential review policy, respectively. As currently drafted, presidential compensation is addressed in 4 separate documents that were prepared between 2019 and 2021. The 2019 compensation policy, the 2020 presidential review policy, the UFP Agenda Item 2 from the September 2021 Board of Trustees meeting, and a PowerPoint regarding the salary assessment process that was shared with the board at that September 2021 board meeting. Today, CO staff is recommending that the compensation and presidential review policies be revised as follows. First, we would move all compensation-related policy language from the presidential review policy and the documents presented to the board in September 2021 into the compensation policy. Second, we would streamline the process for board approval and implementation of presidential market increases so that all increases are brought to the board for approval once a year in July and implemented effective July 1 of each year. Third, reassess presidential compensation market data every 5 years. And fourth, incorporate revisions to the presidential review policy that were recommended by a working group formed by Chancellor Emerita Jolene Kester. The revisions to the presidential review policy will, of course, be discussed in the next agenda item, item 9. As I just noted, presidential compensation is currently in 4 separate documents. And here's what the 2019 compensation policy says. Effective with Board of Trustee reviews occurring in 2020 and beyond, a presidential salary assessment will also be conducted that considers presidential performance, the market data, and makes recommendations to the trustees if a compensation adjustment may be warranted. The 2020 presidential review policy states that salary reviews for presidents are undertaken during the triennial and 6-year performance reviews or at other times, and that the assessment will be based on the criteria established in the 2019 compensation policy that I just read an excerpt to you of. The 2020 presidential review policy also says that salary increases are to be made retroactive to the presidential appointment anniversary date. At the September 2021 board meeting, the trustees established precisely how market increases would be calculated over a 3-year period. The formula was designed to move salaries to peer group median on an incremental basis, as noted in this slide 6. The September 2021 board resolution provides that the first-year adjustment shall not exceed 10%. The PowerPoint shared, so if you could move to slide 7, thank you. The PowerPoint shared at the September board meeting shows the market formula matrix for increases in years 2 and 3 of the cycle. Current board practice is as follows. At the time of the triennial review, each president's salary is compared to operative market data to determine whether a market-related increase is warranted. If the president's performance review is satisfactory and it's determined that their current salary lags behind the market, the amount of the salary increase is calculated as established at the September 2021 Board of Trustees meeting. Salary adjustments in the first year cannot exceed 10%, and adjustments in the second and third years are made in accordance with the market formula matrix approved by the board at the September 2021 meeting. That appears here on the right side of the slide. Today, Chancellor's Office staff recommends moving all compensated-related language into the compensation policy so that all compensation-related policy is in just one document. Staff also recommends changing the effective date of presidential salary increases. Currently, the presidential review policy provides that if the board approves a market increase, the increase is made effective on the president's anniversary date. Since the anniversary date rarely, if ever, will coincide with the date on which the increase is approved by the board, salary increases are usually made retroactively or prospectively. This multi-step process of triennial review, followed by board approval of the increase, followed by implementation of the increase effective on the anniversary date, is complicated from an administrative and payroll perspective, and also results in presidential compensation items being brought to the board for approval on a piecemeal basis throughout the year. Indeed, since the implementation of the salary assessment process in 2021, staff have encountered administrative complexity and burden resulting from, first, coupling the salary assessment with the triennial review, and second, making salary adjustments effective on the anniversary of a president's appointment. As a result, pay increases are often subject to retroactive pay transactions or to delays in implementation when the salary increase is approved before the president's anniversary date. The administrative inefficiencies resulting from multiple board items throughout the year and complex compensation transactions would be altogether eliminated if all increases were brought before the board once a year, for example, at the end of the academic year. Any president whose triennial performance review is satisfactory and whose salary lags behind the peer group median would receive an increase effective at the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1, which is actually consistent with the CSU's practice when giving salary increases to all other employee groups. We've reviewed the schedule of upcoming presidential reviews and determined that changing the schedule at this time would impact only a small number of presidents. And to the extent that a change to the schedule during this transition would delay a market increase, staff recommends that the effective date of the increase be accelerated and paid on the July 1 before the anniversary date. We also recommend that the compensation policy be revised to call for a review of presidential compensation market data every 5 years. In order to effectuate the recommended changes in policy and implementation, the compensation policy and presidential review policies will require revisions. The proposed draft compensation policy is provided in Attachment A to this agenda item. The markup version of the policy is provided in Attachment B. Specific changes to the presidential review policy will be shared in the next agenda item. We anticipate bringing the final proposed policies for board action and approval at the May board meeting. Trustee Adamson, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Friedman, for your presentation. Item 8 is an information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, then we will proceed to item number 9. Item number 9, again, is an information item, Presidential Review Policy Update. And Laura, go ahead. I don't need all this. I got it.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. This agenda item, item 9, describes the proposed revisions to the CSU policies and procedures for review of presidents that I just referred to in the previous agenda item. As presented in Agenda Item 8, Chancellor's Office staff is recommending revisions to the Presidential Review Policy that will align with and complement recommended revisions to the CSU compensation policy. Today's revisions to the Presidential Review Policy also include recommendations to change the criteria to be considered during presidential reviews. These recommendations were made by a working group formed in 2023 by Chancellor Emerita Jolene Kester. The proposed draft policy is Attachment A to Agenda Item 9, and Attachment B is a markup version that reflects the proposed substantive revisions. In the interest of time, this is the last day of a 4-day board meeting. I will not repeat what was presented in Agenda Item 8, other than to say that the revised policy removes the discussion about presidential salary assessments and notes instead that the separate CSU compensation policy governs presidential salary assessments. Other revisions to the Presidential Review Policy concern the wording of the criteria for presidential review, which were proposed by the working group formed by Chancellor Emerita Kester. The members of the working group were Chair Wenda Fong, Trustee Doug Fagan, Trustee Anna Ortiz-Morfitt, President Jane Connolly, and President Cynthia Teniente Matson. Several trustees also gave feedback on this policy. Chancellor Emerita Kester formed the working group on the recommendation of Dr. Terrence McTaggart from the Association of Governing Boards, who had been asked to assess presidential performance at the CSU. The working group of presidents and others recommended adding language in the criteria regarding shared governance practices, commitment to hiring and retaining a diverse workforce, state and federal advocacy efforts, and collaboration with system staff. The group also recommended a small change to the timing of the reviews, which is not recommended today because it was found to be largely consistent with the timing set forth in the current policy. Chancellor's Office staff also recommends several non-substantive changes to streamline and clarify the policy. The proposed draft can be viewed in Attachment A, and Attachment B reflects the substantive changes in markup view. It's expected that the revised policy will be presented for action at the May board meeting. Trustee Adamson, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Friedman. Item 9 is an information item. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, Chair Fong, this concludes the business of all of your committees.
Thank you so much, Trustee Adamson. At this time, will the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University please come to order? Ms. Corral, please call the roll call.
Trustee Adamson.
Still here.
Trustee Aguilar-Cruz. Here. Trustee Ambrambila.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Vice Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Chair Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lori. Here. Trustee Kimball.
Present.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Molina Mancillo.
Here.
Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz-Morfitt.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez. Speaker Rivas. Trustee Simon. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurman. Trustee Vargas.
Here.
Trustee Yi Malakar.
Here.
Chair Fong, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now, change of pace. I am absolutely delighted to introduce our second featured university for the March meeting. Please enjoy this video highlighting CSU Monterey Bay and its extraordinary and ever-growing impact on the remarkable and diverse students and communities the university serves. Please play the video.
Us. Two letters that, when brought together, create one powerful idea. The sea otter knows. That's why, in the face of strong ocean currents, they join their bodies together, creating a living raft to protect the group. Because they know the simple, powerful truth that we know. That together, we are stronger. Cal State Monterey Bay is a mid-sized residential college that provides us with a strong otter raft, where we can explore the inspiring coastal environment within a supportive community that offers a personalized education and mentorship that empowers students to become compassionate leaders, ready to shape the future, where we become an otter for life.
At Cal State Monterey Bay, we are stronger when we embrace our differences and celebrate our diversity. When students have the freedom to be their authentic selves and find their people. When we are connected by a common spirit of creating positive change for the world. At Cal State Monterey Bay, we have the opportunity to thrive together because we live together. Our university has the most student housing of any CSU campus. So from residential halls to apartment-style living to homes in our East Campus neighborhoods, we forge bonds with each other that last a lifetime.
Our strength at Cal State Monterey Bay is offering a small faculty-to-student ratio that allowed us to get to know students in a more personal way. Like our $5 million USDA NIFA Next Gen grant that allows the students to conduct research, field work, and internships in agricultural planning soil science.
Those hands-on research and volunteer experiences set us apart from our peers when you graduate. From the estuaries of Monterey Bay to agricultural fields to local schools, museums, health clinics, nonprofits, or world-class resorts like Pebble Beach, we have the opportunity to get off campus and into the community where we put our knowledge into practice. As students here, we develop the skills we need to thrive in our chosen professions while learning to give back and pay it forward. We look forward to leaving Cal State Monterey Bay ready to be a driving force for global good, steering our lives and our community towards a brighter, more equitable future.
After finishing my associate's degree at Marine Church Colburn School of Nursing and working for a few years, Cal State Monterey Bay provided an affordable option to complete my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. My strength is helping people heal and stay healthy in our community, and I have a passion for teaching the next generation of nurses.
I found my strength making others feel welcome and included, fostering sustainable practices in hospitality. Through the Sustainable Hospitality Management Program and internships at the Pebble Beach Company, I've gained real-world skills while making connections that will support me after I graduate from Cal State Monterey Bay.
Cal State Monterey Bay leads the CSU in its Graduation 2025 initiative. So we graduate on-time students prepared to realize the potential of an inspiring coastal environment and bring to life the knowledge gained from a community founded upon mentorship. Going beyond the expected to a place where individual aspirations are fueled by the greater good. To a place where connections are for life and where we truly believe in the strength of us. Cal State Monterey Bay is where I found my passion for school psychology. It's where I found best friends who also love to advocate for students. It's where I discovered my love of visiting local beaches. And it's where I am gaining an education that provides a lifetime of value.
We're all part of one Otter Raft at Cal State Monterey Bay, and we're building a stronger future together. For us, for our university, for California and beyond.
That's why I'm an Otter for life.
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 The strength is in us.
See the strength in us.
The strength
in us.
Thank you so much to the team at Monterey Bay for that inspiring video, which so wonderfully illustrates the impact that you are having not only on our students, but your incredible Central Coast community. Thank you so much. And now, moving on to the consent agenda. As noted yesterday, an amended agenda was posted and distributed, which now lists a new item 2, which is the approval of the appointment of the members to serve on the Committee on Committees. That item was previously incorrectly listed on Tuesday's agenda. All items requiring full board approval are listed on the consent agenda. Does any trustee wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. We have a first and a second. Thank you. A motion and a second. Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar-Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Arambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Vice Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Chair Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert-Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancillo.
Yes.
Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz-Morfett.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Speaker Rivas. Trustee Simon. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Malakar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all for an excellent 4-day meeting. The board will reconvene for its next regularly scheduled meeting on May 19th, 20th, 21, 22nd. It is yet another 4-day board meeting. Notice of the meetings will go out in the ordinary due course, 10 days in advance of the meeting. This concludes the business of the March 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. Thank you very much to everyone. We are adjourned.
Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black students, the CSU launches the nation's first Black Honors College this fall. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU celebrates Women's History Month this month. More than half of our campus presidents are women. Plus, 2 women of color lead the CSU as Chancellor and Chair of the Board of Trustees. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University prides itself on being one of the most diverse public 4-year university systems in the country. More than half of our 450,000 students are from underrepresented communities, and more than 1/4 of them are the first in their family to attend college. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is committed to advancing student success. For 20 years, our annual Super Sunday event has focused on increasing Black student attendance and graduation rates. During Super Sunday, CSU leaders, including the Chancellor and campus presidents, visit churches and schools throughout California to educate young people about college opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. In June, the CSU will hold its second Juneteenth Symposium to celebrate African American history and achievement and promote the anti-racism work underway throughout our 23 universities. To further support Black